metal dagger, and then doing combat with the being to beat this demonic entity out of him, quite literally. And they then engaged in negotiations and not so subtle interrogating, but a lot of honest questions were being asked, and they learned that this Fey being is probably more appropriate to be an ally than to be treated as any other thing, given the enemies. And they treated with the being with a lengthy of demands. There's a whole episode on that. I encourage everyone to watch it. But they have made an ally. The Fae, the Smog Lord, is going to hold down the swamp, keep it as safe as possible. They also learned about the demonic entity Yishigal that they are hunting, that he was once a demonic lieutenant of filth, and somehow he is gaining cult following, which was a surprise to the group. That was perhaps one of the bigger pieces of information. They found out he was trapped by an elf necromancer, possibly the same one that they are hunting down, though that remains to be fully seen. And with that, I leave the rest up to the group. We can jump right into it.
He also gave each of us a big hug and kiss. So he said thank you.
Yep, that happened in the deleted scenes. You have to have private membership.
I woke up with a serious case of wart, man.
I'm immune to disease, so.
Well, there we go.
Yep, that's what y'all missed. It's a good episode. I encourage everyone to watch it.
Oh, I found Curse Breaker. So.
What was it? The shield, right?
It was the silver sword.
The silver
Curse Breaker is the silver sword. I haven't named.
There was loot. There was a little bit of loot down there.
Yeah, I haven't named the shield yet. Could so we're like just leaving the, or are we?
Yeah. He would have minorly altered the stonework to allow you guys to leave back in similar fashion. The water can fill up. You guys can, rather than getting climbing gear decks to get your way out of there, he can bring the water back and get you guys to go out of there. So yes, you guys can make it back to the surface if we were exiting that scene. That is entirely possible.
Unless anyone has any more questions for Gregorius, the Restorer, Master of the Marsh.
Interrogated him quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good episode.
He was quite forthcoming, too, after we saved him. So. Yeah,
everybody got the gist that, although this being is quite different, quite morally, unlike all of you, he would prefer doing business with y'all rather than be trapped by a demon. So there's that level of understanding. And it seems like that demon wasn't doing him any favors being in the marsh. So you guys kind of have a mutual alliance with him, is what it seems like to you guys.
Yeah. Also, most of our conditions were to make him just like a fair actor with other nations, that he wouldn't just do random shit and fuck with them. So.
Right, and he claims he wasn't doing any of that. Like, he wasn't waylaying people or doing. He claims he wasn't doing. Any of that.
Yeah, he made it sound like he was doing all that already. So, there we go.
Yeah, but we also made the roads safe, or yes. He's going to protect the roads. Is what it sounded like.
Yeah.
So, as we get up there, I'd like to pull out the seal and actually inspect it. See if this is like a legit seal, or if it's like a forgery, because.
Are you talking about the King's letter?
Yeah.
Okay. You can make a investigation check if you want.
Okay. I'll ask Hal to look with me.
What was you...
I think this might be. This could be a forgery. Help me look. And so
I'll use my good eye.
Let me close my other one.
That'll be up.
Okay.
Yeah, you can get advantage on the roll. Hell was Mel was ex-military, so that
Perception?
helps out a little bit. Investigation.
Investigation. I got a 14. Investigation.
It's tough for you to make that call. It looks legit. You're not exactly from this nation, so you don't know what details to look for with this
Yeah.
sigil. It looks like it's got the coat of arms of the king. You know, you see there's the monstrous eagle in the right hand corner. You see also the seal work on the bottom. It looks legit. Um, that's
What,
really all.
what's it
14
smell like?
Well, it's been in the swamp, so it smells like boggy parchment.
Okay.
Smells like dragonborn ass.
Yeah, it doesn't have any crazy smells.
You pay
to
extra
it.
for that.
But
Okay.
the seal looks fairly legit.
Is it nighttime or like what time of day is it? I don't know. I can't remember when we entered.
I think we rushed and went in at night, right?
Yeah, I think we went.
At night.
No, I thought we took a long rest
Oh, did we end up taking a long rest?
the night before because I think we were.
For you know what, for just for the sake of it's not that important. I'll say it's nighttime. I'll say
Okay.
you spent
Sure.
a good long while talking with this Fey Lord, making sure because you guys were talking for a while.
Yeah.
You had to swim back out. He talked about he did agree that in some time he will appropriately drain this area so that you can get down and look in those ruins if you wanted. He just said it's going to take time. He doesn't want the whole place falling down. So he was explaining that to you too. By the time you get up, it's late. We'll say that. It looks like
Sure.
it's 10 o'clock, 10:30 maybe.
Okay. I'll lead everyone across as per usual. Plunge.
Nice.
And then I guess we'll set up camp where we've been camping.
Okay. You go out a little ways and get to that area that looked fairly clear where you saw the dinosaurs crossing. And you camp there for the night. Is there any objections to that?
I was gonna say I'd like to talk to Howard.
Everybody wants to talk to Howard. What's going on? Yeah, sure. I'm over.
Is it?
I guess I'm just over by myself.
Could it be
just
like
gonna-
during watch? Could I like stay up during watch with him?
I have no issue with that, really.
Cool.
You
Cool.
guys
I'll
just gonna both do first watch then, or?
Sure.
Well, I was. I could. If you want to do first watch, then it could be like the cross between first and second, like the pass
Yeah.
off kind of thing.
Sure.
I think that would make a little bit more sense. I don't know.
And I'll just as we're passing, I'll be like, Howard, are you okay? You took quite a beating.
I mean, I've been better. You know, it wasn't my finest display of combat, but you know, we got the job done.
Yeah.
So I'm okay.
You performed admirably and bravely.
Thank you.
Well,
As well.
without your dagger, it probably could have been worse. So you did well.
Thank you.
You've mentioned this wasn't your best, performance. I guess. What did you do before owning the tavern?
Well, I've been around. I've fought many of fights before. I've, helped the weary traveler when they need to. They need the help, but I mean, I'm gonna make sure Marina and Milo are asleep. I'm gonna glance back at them.
They asleep?
Yeah, I was.
Unless you guys are talking really loud, I didn't plan
Yeah,
on
I guess
staying
we're-
awake. Yeah.
We'd be quiet if we're talking about his past.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
he seems pretty
I would,
secretive.
I would glance at the group and then kind of walk away a little bit further.
Yeah.
No, it's not. This isn't my first. I've been in many battles before. I used to serve for the king, Back in my day. It's been a minute.
The king of Ilfel.
Yes.
Whoa.
That was many years ago. But yeah, we had it was a it was something. Yeah.
Well, if you don't mind me asking, why'd you retire from service?
I just got too good at my job, so I was like,
Uh,
time to step back from.
Gotta let the
I
young.
let the younger generation catch up and get more experience.
Yeah. Yeah. They would just be in your shadow, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah. I felt it was an admirable retreat to pull out of serving, and plus, I wanted to spend more time with my mom and kind of move on from the bloodshed. It does a lot to your mental health.
I can imagine. It seems like you've lost a lot of friends. You talk about things going poorly quite a bit.
Yeah, I've had a fair share of comrades fall in the line of battle, but I mean, war's war, and it's an outcome that's gonna happen regardless of anywhere. Actually, whenever you're in the world, it can happen. So I mean, yeah, it's been a listen. Whenever usually just people that we hang out with or I hang out with, they usually just don't end up alive after a while with me. I don't know if it's just my hardened exterior and my honest truth, my demeanor, but they just soft and they die too fast. That's why I thought Reyna, to bless her soul, that's why I tried to teach her. Like, she doesn't look like she could handle herself. So
Well,
she's
She-
been a surprise.
she is a. She performs admirably, but she does have a lot to learn about the world outside those walls.
Yeah.
Same with Milo. He's city life, I imagine, is a big change for him.
I mean, yeah, he's got a lot to learn. They both do. Speaking of which, you said you used to be a beggar before you found
I was an urchin. Yes.
urchin. Oh, sorry, it's been a long day.
Right.
Yeah, what happened with that? Like, were you
Well,
just born into that lifestyle?
Yes, my parents were, I believe they were both military folk, and one day they didn't come back, and so I was an urchin, and then the church. I would see the church, and I wouldn't visit it very often, but some days you get desperate, and then I did, and they were kind enough to offer me somewhere to sleep. Such.
Did you if you don't want to talk about it, I respect it, but do your family, your parents, did you know them well? Do you know what you said they had military experience? What army did they serve for?
They were they served in Alev, the human nation. They weren't allowed lands or holdings, but they felt it was their home. Us dragonborn don't have a land of our own, so.
Yeah.
And then I was about 4 or so when they passed.
Yeah,
So
that's rough, man.
well, it's the way of life, and I did find a purpose. So.
Yep. And now you're here, and we're in a swamp with these kiddos.
I'm making a difference. Yes.
Yeah.
To decide the fate of a Feylord is something great.
It's truly an achievement. I mean, I've never done that before, so that's kind of cool. But
I'll like grab your shoulder, and I'll just say, I won't let any of you die. That's just what I wanted to say, Howard.
I appreciate it. I'll try to make sure you don't die as well, but I can't promise you anything. I'm not gonna
It's all right.
promise that. And you can
I'm prepared to die.
You can call me Nash.
Nash.
Yeah.
Should I call you Nash in front of?
No. Fuck those guys. They don't get that yet.
Okay.
This is a respect from reviving me, basically.
Yes.
Man to man.
Yes.
Yeah, Howard's a sense of sense of guard, and like it's very much not as up at the moment. And it all ties back to like being revived by you in that kind of situation. It's more of like he sees that you would bring him back kind of thing. That's how he like feels in the moment.
And when his guard's low, I pull out Curse Breaker and I stab him. No.
Yeah. Just don't. Just you can keep calling me Hal, but
Right.
yeah.
That'd be amazing if you were like a shapeshifter and you stabbed him and you're like, Nash, eh? Turned into Hal and
for you. The king sends his regards. But worry not. We'll keep this between us. They still have a lot to prove to me.
Yeah, there's a couple more bottles before I open up completely. This is a rare moment, so don't go gossiping, you little bitch. Okay?
Oh,
Don't be a gossipy little bitch.
I would never.
All right, I'm gonna go to watch. Go get some sleep.
Did we establish how old Basil is? I don't remember.
I'm like 20.
Okay.
20-ish.
Okay.
Around there.
I couldn't remember if we talked about that or not.
Yeah.
Right.
Woo! I got some hidden lore, baby. Okay. We're sleeping.
I'll do my watch and then wake up whichever person that wants to watch next, and then go to bed.
I'll go.
Yeah, I'll wake you. All right, Milo. It's your turn.
All right.
Good night.
Good night. I'm just gonna hang out with Nyx, and I'm gonna make sure that in the morning Nyx is back to just a regular cat.
Nice.
Instead of a water cat. But yeah, we'll just hang out and stare at the fire, assuming we have a fire going.
Just in pitch black darkness.
Yeah, you guys can choose to have a fire. That's not a big deal. It's too wet in this area to risk a wildfire or the fire to get out of control. Basil and Howard get an inspiration though for the interaction if they don't have one already.
That's like my 4th inspiration that I just stacked up on, baby.
That's fair.
Okay. And then
So
I
now,
yeah, go ahead.
now Basil, you've been focusing a lot on your sister and trying to draw a connection with ever since you heard her voice.
Yeah.
When you go to sleep or enter your meditative state, whichever, you fall into a pretty deep trance. Something happens. You see something. You have a dream, a vision, whatever you feel to call it. But I'm gonna describe what happens. Nobody else notices. Basil is just sleeping, doing as he always does. There's no disturbance while Milo is on watch and Hellward and Basil go get their sleep.
I'm just like mumbling thunder like I do every night.
Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, there is nothing out of the ordinary in terms of people onlooking, but your dream is anything but ordinary. Let me get the music cue.
Thunder's giving me a big hug, and he's talking to me.
Episode of Mr. Ed, is that what it was called back in the day?
Mr. Ed, yep.
Yeah.
Did the music cue up or no?
It did, yeah.
I'm hearing it. Yeah.
You see this very distorted, faded vision. You're clearly underground somewhere, some cavern, perhaps the Underdark, if your character has any knowledge of that world. And the positioning is very odd. It's almost as if you're laying down on this floor. And there are shapes, humanoid shapes, in the distance, beyond this oddly glowing light that's coming from different cavernous walls. You see clearer as the vision focuses. Both are robed. One of them you've met before, one of them you haven't. One is an elf wearing dark robes. It's hard to tell what color the robes are in this distorted vision. He's got longish dark hair by the looks of it. Not too old, not too young. Hard to tell his age. The other being, you do know. You fought against him. He was the one who killed all those people that let the chupacabras out with the dark armored knight that you fought. This being is standing before this elf. They are in discussion. And then you begin hearing bits of this discussion as you sort of focus in on it. You don't try to focus in on it, but it just happens. It's like when you're having a dream, you don't always have control unless you have lucid dreaming ability. You're just riding along and seeing what the hell happens, and that's what's happening. You focus in, and you can hear the voices. You can hear that man who you fought muttering in his impatient, angry voice, "I told you, it was taken care of." It was a little bit sloppy, but it was taken care of. You hear the elf speak. "Doesn't sound taken care of. You let some of them live, from what you just told me. They lived. They got away. The interlopers," and he says, "the interlopers, they are nothing. Everything has been taken care of. They will not speak a word of this. You know this. Those other ones that got away, they mean nothing. They're nobodies." Plan continues. And he says, "I apologize, though, for my failure. You and I, we are a lot alike. You know this. We want the same thing." The elf scoffs. He goes to walk away. He stops, and then he looks, and he says, "You know, they have a saying in Alev. Speak less than is necessary. You never learned this lesson. I was willing to let it all go, your mistakes, because you're right. It probably does mean nothing. But what you just said, you and I alike, we are nothing alike. I am a learned wizard who has spent hundreds of years perfecting things that you have never dreamed of. You may have received the blessings of my master, but what is a tool when it is wielded by an idiot?" And both of them, you believe an initiative roll was made, because one goes to begin casting, but this the other one who was just insulted, he senses that this elf is about to attack him, and he suddenly, very quickly, without even somatically casting, he leaps out and shoots out a lightning bolt with his hands without really doing any casting maneuver that you're used to seeing. And this lightning bolt comes out fast and burns part of the elf, but he yells out and suddenly retaliates with his own magic, speaking syllables of arcane nature, waving his hands quickly, and suddenly ice forms around this being up to his neck, and he cannot move, and he's in pain because this must be terribly cold, and he's trying to talk, and this elf wizard looks at him and says, "You are a fool, and you will die a fool. No one will remember you." And as the being is trying to break free from the ice, this wizard casts another spell, and a green beam shoots. It's this immobile man who vaporizes into powder. And he's standing there in the quiet. You hear the dripping of the cavernous background, and he says, "Clean up his ashes. We will make use of his death at least. And some dark-robed servants come scuttling out of the darkness, and they begin collecting the ash in small, like, urn-like pots. And several minutes, you think, go by as the sound is sort of distorted. And you hear suddenly from the depths of the cavern, where there's a little bit of light, this darkish, glowing light, which you can't even put a color on it because of the distorted. The vision's getting worse. You can tell it's getting weaker, but you're able to make out one more thing. You see the outline of the of this elf who's not facing you, and you hear him say, "All is according to plan, master." You hear this hissing, almost chitinous voice speaking, likely an abyssal tongue, but you're able to understand it. And he's like, "What of the interlopers?" And he bows his head and says, "It will not happen again, my lord, but it is taken care of." And you hear must be a vocal of disgust, a sign of disgust, but you don't hear it say anything. Then it whispers, "There had better not." And then there's just a dismissal of the vision as you eventually awake. The long rest happens. There's no disturbance. If anybody wants to do anything in the middle of the night, that's fine. We can go back. But Basil has that dream. And when he wakes up after the long rest, there's probably going to be a scene, a talk. But anybody that wants to do anything during the night can. Milo, your watching goes uneventful. Nothing disrupts you in the night.
I'm trying to remember. Did you want me to retrieve and or make myself or buy myself new arrows? Is that one of those things that's just kind of like assumed happens anytime we're in town? Is that what I remember you saying?
Are you out of arrows?
I wouldn't be out of them, no. But if we're keeping track of that, I probably would have made a few while sitting there around the campfire.
That's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. You can make a few. I have no problem with that if you wanted to make a few.
Okay. Should I roll for that or?
Yeah, just give me a what world?
Nature,
Just give
maybe?
me a survival.
Survival. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Survival until I figure out a better roll. That sounds like a good roll.
Use religion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A 12?
use 12. I will give you 2 arrows from
Okay.
that.
Alright.
You got a couple arrows from that as you're sitting there just whittling away the time and making stone and reed arrows or whatever, what have you.
Awesome.
Or bits of wood that are laying around that you find with the stone. Did anybody else have anything they wanted to do during the night?
I would just work on my necklace some more.
Okay. That is fine. You can get 4 more hours worth of time from that because you have to rest for 4 hours. You have to do your meditation for 4 hours, and then the other 4 hours you would spend working on your necklace. Loaded.
Yeah, I think I only have a day done.
Yep, so now you have a day and a half done.
Nice. You're the crochet in the necklace.
Yeah, just got a crochet kit with the gems.
Nice.
So yeah, peaceful night.
For some of you.
Well, I mean, you were, yeah, yours were a little bit more mentally, not peaceful, but you weren't damaged by the dreams.
Do you seem affected in the morning, like when you wake up? Did it like...
Oh, you got a good
get-
night's sleep. Yeah, you got your full rest. You're not impeded in any way. It's really just what the hell just happened.
As I wake up, I'll immediately get my quill and ink, and I'll start writing down everything I remember from the dream on a paper. And then once I finish, I'd then bring it up to the party. Um, it's Platinum Band. Gather around. Gather around.
And Milo's just like, oh, so now is a good time to say it. Not when we're about to go and fight, but, you know, just in the morning after you're done writing a letter.
Milo, I think it was the perfect time.
Thank
How's just
you.
rubbing
When
his
you said
forehead?
it.
How's just like pinching his forehead as he walked closer to y'all?
So, I had a vision. A vision last night. It, it took some place. Was in the Underdark somewhere, I believe. And it showed me our mage friend. That friend is a strong word. That we fought whenever we were dealing with those who released the chupacabras.
Oh, the one with lightning.
Yes.
Hmm.
The coward.
Right.
Yes, the one who teleported away. And it showed him talking to a longish, dark-haired elf. I believe is the one that may have sealed Gregorius. That's speculation, but they were talking to each other about us. They referred to us as interlopers, and that we escaped, and that was unacceptable. And then they came to blows. Our mage friend electrocuted the old elf, but the old elf froze him in ice and then disintegrated him into ash.
Oh.
And told him to be dealt with, put away later. Collect his ashes, he still might be of use to us. That's what he said. And then the old elf spoke to an almost like a hissing, almost like chitinous voice in an abyssal tongue. And he seemed also unhappy that we were there and that it should not happen again. And then I woke. That's why I was writing. I'll turn the page to them and I'll just say I was writing the dream.
So, do you normally have visions, and are they normally not dreams and actually what's happening? I mean, that's what I'm taking from this. Is this something that is actually happening?
It seemed real, very real, to me.
Is it normal?
Not particularly, but
Insight
my
check
god may have intervened. Okay. Insight
on whether or not he normally has visions of things happening.
Sure. I mean, if you wanna roll insight, go for it.
It's not very good.
Oh, I rolled well.
It's just a 9.
I got a 24.
Jesus Christ.
He seems like he's telling the truth, I have to say.
Can I take you to the inner sanctum of secrets just for a second? I just want to have a conversation
Oh,
with
sure.
you just about your character really quick that the rest of the group might not know about. I just want to
Sure,
clarify
sure.
something.
Yeah.
Bye. What's up, guys?
Now we're just alone.
What's up?
I was gonna say, dear God, your handwriting's terrible, Basil.
Were you a doctor in a previous life? Grab a drink. It's not very far.
Boop, 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 boop. He just tumbles down a set of stairs. What's our goal? We're gonna go talk to the druids, right?
And then we have to go see Felix. But remember, Felix
We're doing
was
the plan.
trying to get us murdered. Remember, or that's
Yeah.
what we think. So
do
we
our-
have to go see him. But I'm gonna go do something else while we're in Neofell. So
Yeah.
that's up to y'all.
So we're gonna tell the druid about everything. Did we want to, when we talked to Felix, did we want to do the thing where like 2 of us go and 2 of us don't go, and y'all like someone tracks them, or?
Well, at least one of
Unless
us can
it's
be
something-
missing, because
unless
I'm
it's
not
something
going.
weird.
I mean, I'm probably the best at sneaking if we wanted me to try that.
We're good. We're back.
All right.
So yeah, I mean, seems like he's
He
honest.
seems honest. He seems
Yeah.
honest to you according to those rules. Milo, he seems honest.
All right.
But Euronymous may have gifted me this because he thought this was important.
Mm.
One of the many blessings he may have bestowed upon me, but
Yeah, Milo has no idea how gods work, so that's Milo like automatically believes
Whatever
that.
you
He's like,
say.
right.
of course.
Sure,
So-
gods.
How
Belief,
we
sure.
probably ask. He's probably like, in this vision, did you happen to see that knight as well, or no?
I don't remember there being a knight, so I don't think he actually described one. No, the knight did not seem present. He did speak to someone to collect the ashes, but I didn't see who he spoke to.
Also, Tom, would Howard know anything about anyone in like the military that would have some sort of magic that is capable of that? Because that sounds like high quality, like top tier
Yeah.
magic.
Yeah.
I'll make
why
a
don't
check
you
to see
roll-
if I.
Why don't you make a knowledge history check?
Okay, I'm gonna use my inspiration. for this.
All right. Yeah. Take that with advantage.
He's inspired as fuck right now.
You said history check. It's a 14 total.
You believe a long time ago, like way before you were born,
Mm-hmm.
but while this king was around,
The
there
same king?
was the same king. He was
Okay.
younger, obviously, but it was during his younger years
Yeah.
of rule. There was some arcane caster that was going around terrorizing the land, and he was caught and thrown in prison somewhere because of some reasonings. But the last being that was plaguing the land that had that level of magic that you at least know of was some arcane, for lack of a better word, terrorist who was just going around fucking doing fucked up shit. And that's really all a 14 is gonna give you.
Okay. Yeah, I would So this magic that he turned someone into dust, that's pretty advanced. I know that the history of Eiffel, that there was I don't know their name, but there was an arcane caster that was capable of that kind of magic. He was kind of a terrorist, arcane terrorist. I think maybe when we go to Eiffel, maybe we could do some research. If we can learn his name, a lot of power can be learned from a name. So we find his name, maybe we could figure out a way to track him and start tracking down. I mean, it's better for us to know more about this threat. Maybe we should invest some time into it.
Yes.
Because that's fucking terrifying.
Sounds wise. And also the voice I didn't mention was hissing, chitinous, abyssal. Their master, perhaps?
Like a bug, right?
Yes, something like of the sorts, I imagine. I didn't see him. I just heard his voice.
Make an insight check for Basil.
I'll use my inspiration.
I rolled dirty 20, 18 on the die, plus 2.
On me?
Yeah,
Yeah, I rolled
for you.
dirty 20 on
no.
inside.
Yeah, it's not. It's wait. What were you rolling for, Howard?
Oh, I thought you were saying me. Oh,
No. Basil. No,
Oh.
Basil rolls insight and for reasons unknown.
I got an 18.
Cool.
Okay, that's pretty good. You recall in the dream this man who has the Ishigal sigil with he was with people that were bearing the Ishigal sigil. He said to the elf, we serve the same master. And then after being killed, that same elf was speaking to a voice and calling him master.
Right.
There's a good chance that shit in his voice was Ishigo communicating. That was a demon lord or a demon or something.
Did it sound like he was on the plane and not locked away in some hell? It sounded like he was here in the flesh.
That sounded. You're unable to tell. You're unable to tell. But if that was direct communication, that means that there's a possibility that being is in your world in person, not acting through the planes, but here personally. If that's the case, but you don't know if he was or not.
I believe the old mage, the one who I think sealed Gregorius, was talking directly to Ishigo, and Ishigo could be on our land, our plane, our home,
and possibly on our tails now that we're kind of marked as being interlopers.
Yes.
Cool.
It's all right, Howard. This is what we're all about. Welcome.
Another group after us.
Add him to the pile. So, this would be something that would be interesting to follow up on. I don't know how we would do that. They seem to be in the Underdark somewhere, which they're probably around here somewhere in Eelfell, but
here's a question.
Where?
Does Milo know what the Underdark is? Like,
knowledge nature.
All right.
Natural 20.
Sorry for cutting you off.
No, you're good, man.
16.
Yeah, you would have knowledge of it. So just like you have a world up here, there is a whole world beneath the topmost level of Earth crust in its own labyrinth world. For this world up here, there is a world down there, and it's home to a god awful amount of things, most of which don't see the sunlight ever.
Okay.
It's a dangerous place. It is a place of darkness. It is a place of. It's a whole different world down there. Really.
So Milo's just gonna be like, we're not gonna try to go down there, right? I mean, at least not anytime soon.
Not now. It's too big. We have nothing narrowing it down. Did I get the sense that my sister might have been there? Might have been wherever that was.
It is very possible. You don't know, but you've been focusing on her, for a while now, trying to pinpoint it. You heard her voice. She's missing, and then you have that vision. You can draw any conclusion, but there is nothing set in stone on that. You didn't see anything. You didn't see anything specific saying yes that she was there. But you can draw whatever conclusions from that.
Gotcha.
For now.
Well. Yeah.
There's not much we can do to act on it now, but something to keep in mind. I'll turn to Reyna and I'll be like, Reyna, did someone teach you magic? Would you have known these people? Would this mage have been someone who would have taught you magic, or?
I don't know, Tom. Is it?
How old is your character?
102.
This guy, Howard knows that this guy's imprisonment outdates your birth.
Oh,
so
crazy.
Very unlikely.
My father might.
Maybe your daddy knew him. Maybe that happened. That could be a possibility.
Okay.
But you definitely had no interaction with.
I figured.
Yeah.
Should have been older.
Okay. I personally don't, but maybe my father might, but I really don't want to talk to him unless I absolutely have to.
Well, we're not on the last of our leads yet, so
Yeah,
we can.
Raina would know that, like, given her dad's background, he was. If this happened when Hallward said your dad was alive in those times, and he was a figure in the world of wizardry. So if this was an event where there was an arcane terrorist plaguing the nation, your dad would probably fucking know, for sure. But you don't know how much he would know. But it's very likely he knows more info than what you just learned, for sure.
Cool. I mean, we can always ask him. We are heading to Ilfil, right?
I
We have to
believe.
make a
so.
quick stop in Hemlock first.
Well, yeah.
Oh, yes. Inform the druid, perhaps.
Yes.
Right.
I assume we're walking and talking, right?
Yeah,
That would make
I
sense.
mean,
Riding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Riding.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mount Thunder.
My
Onwards.
dad might know something.
So
Milo's just like, why are you bouncing like that?
onwards to Hemlock, then.
Yeah.
Very well.
At a fast pace, perhaps.
I mean,
why not?
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't think we really have a reason to not go at a fast pace.
Yeah.
Milo in the lead with his photographic memory.
Tally ho.
Incorrect.
Wonder what's
Like leaning
faster, a
forward
horse
in
or
the saddle.
Nyx?
Yeah, you guys pick up the pace. Dodging through gator ponds, and quicksand pits like before. You're learning your way. Thanks to Milo's good survival skills, you avoid all of the possible traps that rain has to offer because you've been traveling quite a bit. You probably traveled this area more times in the last couple of days than any single group has, in probably many years. So you're getting the hang of it. And it's not so bad if you've got someone who knows what to look for. And you finally make it back out to the countryside and out of the stink and out of the insect swarms, surrounded by the vegetation. You go towards Eelfell, or not Eelfell, towards Hemlock. My bad. And it only takes about a day or so to get to Hemlock once you so you don't have to really use any resources because Milo can provide. And Hemlock is just like you left it. People are doing their things, canoeing, spear fishing, fish out of the water.
You're starting to break up more and more.
You hear me?
Barely.
It's very quiet. Yeah.
Jesus.
There you go. That was clear.
All right. I don't know why. It's wild. All right. You guys make it to Hemlock. People are doing their things, spear fishing, fish out of the waters, canoeing to the land masses, stretching pelts that have just been hunted. Typical lifestyle of Hemlock. You see the smoke rising from a few of the different little lodging buildings, huts that are around. And you guys wish to speak with the druid?
Yes.
I imagine it's like when riders are riding really fast into town and everyone's like, oh, what are they doing?
My horse runs into the kid that's carrying the apple basket.
I'm gonna have my hood up, trying to hide my face.
Very well.
Okay. Yeah, we look for the druid.
Linnea.
You are welcome as before.
As envoys of the king.
You discover druid is not present.
God.
She is not in the lodgings. For whatever reasons.
kick down the front door of the Chiefs. No.
No, I mean,
Where
you
the
go
fuck
with
is she?
me, which is where she always is. She's not there.
Where is she? Okay. Someone else can take the lead. I'll just look big from the back.
Milo, do you want to do the talking?
Sure. Who are we talking to?
We gotta talk to Crocodile Dundee and his 4 crocodiles, or
Right. Okay.
the chief.
Yeah. I guess.
You're
let me
brought
find his
before you're brought before the Lord of Hemlock.
Milo's super nervous. He's like, "Hi, hello. We did the thing. We went back to where we were with the, and he's gonna protect the swamp now.
I'll say
My good lord, we are here to, or king, sorry, king.
well, he's a lord.
Lord,
I'm not a king. I'm not a king.
Okay, whatever he is. Sorry, that's star brain farting.
Oh, you're
Okay, we just came to tell you that I'm not sure if the druid informed you, but we spoke to her earlier about it. A bog lord had been living in the swamp. He is now going to start protecting the roads. And we just wanted to inform you about that. And hold on.
he looks happy to hear this news. He
Okay,
says
cool.
she spoke of complications with Fey
Okay.
lords in the swamp. She said she didn't give me much info, but I gathered that you were possibly.
Oh god, he's disappearing into the void again.
Really? You hear me?
barely.
Oh my god. For me, I'm gonna put.
Okay.
No,
No.
probably
Okay.
not.
Okay. Because that's where I was going, and then I was like, maybe I'll stop.
The less this guy knows about us, the
This
better.
guy's a buffoon. I
Yeah.
thought we were just gonna ask him, hey, where's the druid at?
Yeah,
what I thought we were
that's
gonna
what I thought we were gonna do as well. But
Well, he can tell the druid.
sure, but we have. I don't know if he would grasp the.
Severity of it.
Yeah.
Tom, if you're talking, we can't hear you. Oh, alright, cool.
I'd like to inform the druid also of the trial of primal rights or something like that,
Yes.
because that feels like something the circle would know about. The circle of druids.
He's gathered the druids, tell the king about the bog lord, and invoke the trial of primal rights with the king.
We should also tell the people of Hemlock to not go fucking around in the marsh up north because that's not their land anymore.
True.
We only we only dealt with him to protect the roads, so. So.
We still cannot hear you, Thomas.
Yeah, I haven't thought up a name for my shield yet.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a name for my dagger.
What
I
was
was gonna
the
bring it to go. Huh?
what was the sword? The curse breaker?
Curse breaker.
What if it's just the curse
breaker.
blocker? Like, it's like they go hand in hand.
I was trying to think of a cool name for the dagger. But
Stabby.
I was gonna say return. Just like Oh,
Anyone hear me?
very tiny, very quiet.
I like that everybody copied me. What is this?
A little bit.
To be honest, I don't know what to do.
Oh, what?
Yeah, but you could. I don't know if you have it on your phone, but you could do it on your phone.
Can anyone hear me?
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a little clearer. Just quiet.
I really don't know what to do. Like, this is a over $100 microphone, and I'm literally just sitting here not changing anything, and
Yeah.
it just does this. So, like, I don't know what to do. I replaced my headset because it was doing this shit, and now I got a brand new headset, and it's doing this shit, and I don't know what to do.
Is it corded or wireless?
It's corded, but like
Okay.
that doesn't mean anything because it's a brand new shit that I haven't done nothing with. Like, I haven't abused the cord or anything. Like the other one, at least the cord was abused. I know what happened. This one is
Yeah.
brand fuck new, and it uses a sound card plugin. There's no way that that's happening, so I don't get it.
Well, it sounds better right now, so.
it sounds really good.
That's good. All right. It's like the cord moves randomly, just a flake of a millimeter, and then it just all goes to shit. Because
Yeah.
like I don't move. It's not like I'm doing something specific or changing I'm literally just sitting here. So
Right.
like it's wild. All right, well, enough of complaining about it. Where did we leave off exactly? What was I in the process of saying? It happened in the midst of me talking.
Raina was talking. Raina, what'd you say?
Just, I informed the Lord that
Oh
the
yes.
Bog Lord was released and he's gonna protect the roads, and that we talked to Druid about it, and
Right. Yep.
and then
I recall.
I'm gonna add, where is the Druid?
He says she had to contact some of her colleagues about a matter that I assume relates to this.
Oh shit.
She informed me, not entirely, but you were possibly looking into something. She mentioned the Bog Lord's presence and did not have answers on if it would if things would get more complicated. But you're telling me that he's agreed to protect the land. This is good news, at least for me. And
Will you let the Druid know about this?
oh, of course. Oh, absolutely.
And if there's any way she could contact us through, I guess any kind of magic, that she do so, because we also have other information that she might know about.
Yeah, I can do that. Where are you heading? Where are your travels taking you?
Eofel is our next stop.
Oh, very well. I can alert them.
Thank you.
And just for what it's worth, the road is safe through there, but your people probably shouldn't be, messing around in the swamp at all. I don't know if they would, but the road is fine.
Oh, my citizens have learned many years ago, prior to my ruling here, that danger exists in the wild places of the world. We are here as guests. It is someone else's world, not ours. We just like it here. They understand.
That's good.
Which is probably the wisest thing that man has said since
Yeah,
you
that was a smart thing for him to say.
Who are you? I think I'd turn to leave unless anyone else wanted to say anything.
That's fair.
Thank you for your time.
He just he nods. He shows you your respect. He says you're welcome here anytime. We are a simple folk here, but we like visitors. We like visitors that we don't see every day. I've never seen a group quite like yours come through here in many, many years. So, please come again.
I hear that a lot.
I appreciate it. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate you serving the kingdom the way you have and bringing me good news at least. Usually it's bad news that, places receive. But not this time.
You can call us the Platinum Band, by the way. Get the word out.
He's like, is that your adventuring name? Is that your company title?
Yes, something of that sort. Yes.
I like it. It's got a ring about it. Nice.
Well, it's actually a band, not a ring.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Howard's forehead rub intensifies. You hear the audible forehead slap.
And I nod and I turn to leave as well.
You leave the smoky abode of the Lord of the Swamp, the Lord of Hemlock, because the real Lord of the Swamp is he's out in the real swamp. But you leave this area, and you're back out on the common grounds of Hemlock, and you're gonna head. You're heading. Your destination is Eelfell.
It calls to us.
I
Yes.
don't think we decided on a route that we wanted to take. What kind of route do you want to go?
I like the Pokemon on Route 34, but
Hopefully there's no Snorlax fucking around.
Wait, did we
It'll
borrow
Pokeflip.
these horses from Hemlock?
no, it was from the Windmills town.
Yeah, it's from.
It was
Mm.
It was from Elder Ridge.
They're gonna have to pry Thunder off of my dead body. No.
Oh shit, we're gonna have to go there and pay off our fucking debt or whatever, like our loan fee, right?
No, because we used the seal, they just
Oh, yeah,
like
try that.
gave it to us, but they do expect the horses back.
I guess we should go through there first, right? I'm
Go
not
where?
even looking at the map. Hold on.
You just gotta deliver them to a stables within the kingdom, within one of like one of the major towns.
Seems like the direct route. If it seems go through Prior Hill, go through Dewcrest, and then down to Ufel. That seems like the most direct kind of.
cut through on that little dirt road.
Yeah. Well, go on the dirt road instead of. Yeah, that seems probably the fastest.
Yeah.
Unless you want to head straight east to Greenvale and then go through Dewcrest and Ufel.
Do we have a reason?
Or
to-
Greenville.
before-
Greenville.
Besides that, was
Pyre Hill or Greenville, guys?
wasn't Greenville had the snitch in it, right?
The spy, not
Lakeside
snitch.
had Heron. Heron is in
Hmm.
Lakeside.
I mean, we probably know
Um,
more than that goober does anyway. So
Well, we spent like 5 days going back and forth
I know.
between this, so he's had like a week to get there and snooping.
Did we tell him we're gonna kill him if he didn't find any good information?
We didn't say that because we didn't.
Pretty
wanna-
sure that
Contract?
didn't get said.
Oh, did
That's like the fine print. So
yeah.
Oh, but he banged out like a natural 20 on his check. Like that he was being honest. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure
he's-
there was a natural 20 involved in
Yeah.
that deal.
he's the homie. So Heron, he's the homie.
Well, I guess it's up to you. Yeah, I mean, we can take a more direct route. I mean,
I'd like to go through Pyre Hill.
Did we go
Sounds cool.
We didn't go through there before, right? That's what I
well,
was
we
about
came,
to ask.
so we went to the siege
The
bridge.
hills. Yeah, the bridge.
We came
then-
basically
Okay.
from the bridge, and then we went through the hilly areas.
Okay.
From
Yeah.
Elder Ridge.
Ufel.
Yeah. So we would be taking this would be a new route back.
Was Pyre Hill like the prison town?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Prison.
prison. Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
they
like the
would know.
maximum security prison for Eelfell. Like basically anybody that isn't being put to death or in an Eelfell dungeon, the worst of the worst criminals go to Pyre Hill if they're
What's
not
the
being
inc-
executed.
What's the incarceration rate in Ufel?
You probably don't know, and I haven't prepared that math.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say out of character. Like
They
Pyre
are
Hill-
not. They are not hardcore imperialistic, where every single thing you do you are put to death. But like, if you murder someone and that's an important someone, you might hang for it. If you steal too many times, you might lose a finger or two. Those laws do exist, but they don't just put you to death for speaking out against the king. You got to do some real bad shit. It's not. It's not hardcore capital punishment land.
Okay.
I was gonna say maybe if we do go through Pyre Hill, maybe if it's a maximum security prison, I'm sure that this elf from long ago would have had a reputation, so maybe they would know
right.
something about that.
Apparently, yeah, he was jailed.
I mean, even
right?
though they never, even they've never. Well, yeah, he said he was a prisoner at one point, for sure, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we can stop in
could
Pyre.
just do a quick stop, but then my thing is,
I wanted to go through there anyways.
I don't know if we should. Yeah. I mean, let's just do it.
I was thinking, I don't know if they give tours of the prisons though. I was like,
Maybe we'll see some familiar faces there.
I'm
Maybe
in.
we'll see the Portobello family there.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
That
maybe
is
we see
not
Star's
their
family.
name.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I forget it. What was it?
I'm fine going through Pyre Hill, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
literally Parabella.
Parabella, that's right.
That's her family, Star's family.
Parabola.
To be wed.
That's the other one.
Yeah,
What Star's?
my
What's her family?
betrothed. It's Torfine.
Torpine.
It's like a Pokemon.
Raina Torfine.
Torf, like an F.
Torfine. PH.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it's fancy.
That is fancy. Okay. Yeah,
So
we'll go
yeah.
to. We'll ride to Pyre Hill.
Okay.
Onwards, Thunder.
What did you say, Tom? I think we cut you off.
I'm counting the days travel to Pyre Hill is all.
Okay.
I was about to, 4 to 5 days to get to Pyre Hill, probably.
Oh, is there someone who would take mail for me here?
Actually, 2 days. I fucking miscalculated the shit out of that. It's like 2 or 3 days to Pyre Hill. You need like mail delivered from Hemlock?
Yeah, I was gonna send it to my back home, to the homies.
Home homies.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they have
Carrier alligators.
post. Yeah, they have carriers, messenger birds, and all, and that. I mean, it's a little bit more, outdoorish here than the common, roosts and things that you're used to for the post stops. But yeah, they exist.
I'll just say, guys, I gotta go to the bathroom first. I'll be back in 15 minutes. And then I'll just find somewhere secluded. I will cast illusory script, and then I will write down everything we've learned over these past 7 days, as much as I can, about Gregorius the Restorer, about my vision, about the outside influence, about Nash. I'll write about that. See if they know who the big homie is. Apparently, he served for the king. I'll mention Star's family and how she ran away, and if there's any information on that.
This guy's a little snitch. We're gonna kill you now.
They're never gonna find out.
You're going full Chuck E. Cheese with the ratting. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
I'm saying everything we've learned.
Howard starts sniffing it. What the?
I get a
what the fuck's that
report.
smell?
This is like a full extensive report, but it does look like just a very long letter, being like, "Oh,
Oh, yeah.
my god, the
Howard
swamp
smells-
sucks. Fuck, I hate the swamp."
Howard smells a rat.
Howard smells some animatronic rodent all night. Like,
Yeah, I'll write down. Oh, Milo's father, apparently very important to the Druids. Maybe a monster hunter or something like that. and then I'll be like,
Write
"Have
down-
you heard of a Thomas Quinn? A Thomas Quinn."
Write
He's writing
down,
his
write down,
snitch
write
letter.
down all the rat notes. Write down all the rat notes.
Yeah,
send
you
them to
missed
me.
Basil snitching on everything.
Oh, I have to.
Being a gossipy little bitch
This
like I told him
episode
not
is
to
just
be.
gonna be called Basil Snitches.
He's being a gossipy
Uh.
bitch like I told him not to be.
Diary. I learned a lot of shit about Milo today.
Okay. I'm gonna abbreviate it in my thing to you, but that's what I'm doing while I'm going to the bathroom.
No, you're
I'm not actually going to the bathroom, and then
Have a
I'll
kidney
hand
stone.
and then I'll hand the letter off to a courier and get them going.
Well, are you doing is the whole like he's like handing it off? Is that like secretive kind of thing? Like, or is that?
I
just,
would
like,
try to do it in a place where you guys weren't.
Okay. Well, no, I don't mean like the right. I'm just talking about like the pass the letter off kind of thing.
Yes, I don't want you to see. I don't want you to see.
I guess I gotta wait till I go to Ephil to fucking send a letter.
I was
Yeah, no,
asking.
you didn't.
I was like, oh, jeez. I was like, I hope there's one here. Okay, Thomas. I'm gonna start writing this down. So.
Do you guys
Actually-
remember? Just change the subject just for a second because it popped into my head while we're traveling. Do you guys remember when we fought the mage and the elf? It was mage and an elf, right? The
Knight.
I
knights.
remember
Yeah,
it was
sorry.
a big old chicken and a black goth knight.
So I remember having Nyx on the other side of the hill. Do you remember? I brought Nyx into the fight, right? Like
Yeah.
they would
No.
know to look for people with a big cat.
I thought you left her behind just because of the chaos that was going on.
I thought she came in later.
Yeah, I think
she did come in
I
later.
think I brought her in.
No, she
Yeah.
was perched on the tree. She was perched on a tree, I think, for a little bit of it.
Hmm.
Or no, that
I think-
was the swamp battle.
I think
That
at
was
the end of the fight she did come into combat.
That's
Like
what I
after
was
the
thinking
lightning
too.
bolt thing happened, I think that's
Oh.
when she came joined the fray.
I'll go back and look at the episode. That is a detail that has escaped my
Yeah, because
memory, but
if so, I would probably talk to
I think
Nyx
you were
about.
riding on the cat.
I would talk to Nyx about shifting a little bit, like maybe into something that's like actually that size that doesn't look so. But
Mhm.
Okay.
so
Yeah, your group stands out a little bit.
yeah.
What
That is
was Gregorius's
His
master's
title?
name?
Oh, his master's
It-
name was. Oh,
His
did you wanna-
ripple-
Alorian the River King.
What was it? Alorian?
Alorian the River
ri-
King.
Thing. Oh, wasn't it like the rippling something?
His rippling majesty.
God, what a fucking title! His rippling majesty. Love it.
Tom actually, even though he's doing that secret stuff, I think Howard
Right.
would still want to send a letter out. I want to send 2 letters
Yeah.
out to the courier, so I'm gonna send one to my mom in Lakeside.
Oh, well, what do you know? That's where Basil is.
I
He must
I
have
would-
gotten one from that bathroom.
think I would have been there before him. Like I would have
No,
got.
I know. Yeah, no, you're not up in each other's
Yeah,
business.
yeah.
I'll rule that. You guys are-
Yeah, just beforehand, it'd be like just like a note to my mom, just like with 10 gold in it, kind of like like a hey. how
Where's
you
your mom
doing?
live?
She's in Lakeside.
Sure.
Lives in Lakeside. Like hey, how you doing? Like just like a basic like welfare check kind of thing, but not like a welfare check, just like a like a son to a mother kind of thing.
The stipend.
Yeah. Tell her just the business is good. There's craziness, so be wary of the roads and all that. And then I do want to send another letter to. I want to send this letter to Lord Lucian Craze of Elif, the guy that escorted Cornelius, the storyteller.
Lucian Crash.
I want to address the letter to him, pretty much with like, did y'all make it? And then send the information about Kamazat and then Ishigul, and then ask the storyteller if he knows any kind of dark wizards that can cast spells that turn people to dust, kind of thing.
Very well. Noted. Yeah. Please mark down all these letters. Send them.
I'll send you a
Send it
message
to me.
too.
Yep. Send me messages on Discord because eventually you're gonna get answers. We've been playing for weeks, but in real life time, that many weeks is not passed. So
Yeah.
in weeks time, in weeks in game time, if you guys do downtimes and time passes, you may and should get responses to some of these messages. So I want to make sure I'm doing my due diligence. So please So I don't forget, send me copies of the things that you're questioning, so that I can do my job as a DM. Because mail will come.
How much? I know this is like, how much would that cost? I know it's kind of like the thing.
To send the mail out?
Yeah, to send 2 letters, and then I'm gonna take 10 gold away because I'm putting 10 gold in one package.
For the full delivery, just we'll call it a silver. It's not a lot of money to send mail, but you're getting it sent. You're paying for it to be delivered, so silver makes sense.
Okay.
Bird messengers are way cheaper, but they're easily intercepted.
All right, I'm done with all that letter nonsense. Definitely.
Okay. Is Basil done with the letter?
Okay, let me just run this down real quick, and if I'm missing anything. I mentioned Thomas Quinn.
Yep.
Ishigal, Gregorius the Restorer, the Master of the Marsh, Aloran, His Rippling Majesty, a deal we made with Greg. Then I mentioned Longest Dark Head Elf, Underground Cavern. They mention a saying in Alev, speak less than necessary. That I thought that was important because he must be like, he could be from Alev. He was apparently a learned wizard of 100 years ago. Okay, and then our hissing, chitness, abyssal's tongue. I said Parabella, family importance, like tell me anything about them. Raina ran away. I said Howard, actually Nash. Served with Eofel monarchy, anything of importance. Anything I'm missing? Is there anything I'm missing?
Sounded like all of it.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
sounds like you're telling our whole story.
I got homies, okay?
Make sure you tell him that Hal has a longer left foot than a right foot. That's his secret to battle.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. Yeah, I sent it. I just sent you the topics.
Yeah, I get you.
I didn't write out the, the entire journey. But yeah,
yep.
Okay.
No, that's all I wanted. Cliff notes. I only needed that. So yeah, there will be a mail day in the future.
Yay.
So you
It's
guys
Christmas,
are going
it's
to
Christmas.
Fire Hill then.
Yeah.
Crossing the river through the ferrymen would be the best way.
All these fucking guys. I guess. So yeah, I guess we take the ferries. The ferry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you just cross the river and then you can take like countryside roads, or go off-road towards the hill lands. Not the hill lands. Towards the hills where Pyre Hill is located.
I think
the hill lands is all the way in the south.
I think we're going towards Pyre Hill because it's just like the most immediate way that also has roads.
Yeah.
So I think that's our path.
We ride the wave.
Yeah. For not very much, the boatmen take you just across the deep water. Just like everybody mark off on gold, unless anybody wants to make a big scene out of one gold. They see your adventures and can afford it, so they want to make their piece for the day, but they don't want to hose you unreasonably.
Like they did the first time, fuckers.
Did they the first time? Did they charge you like 10 gold to cross?
They charged me a little bit because I wrote it down.
I thought they charged you like 2 gold a person, which is a little bit much.
Yeah, because I called
either way.
I knew they were overcharging me, but I still.
Yeah, these guys aren't trying to overcharge, but like they can tell you guys have money, so just a gold to cross the river. And then you guys head in the direction of Pyre Hill.
Yes. You said it takes 5 days to get to Pyre Hill, or 5 days to get? Okay.
No, it's more like 2 or 3 to cut if you cut through the country.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Up ahead.
So you guys are going to camp out, correct? And
Yeah.
are you gonna go off road then and cut directly towards the fortress?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever can get us on the road the fastest, and we might take a little sightseeing tour in the prison if they let us. But
Most of their death row inmates.
So
Yeah.
the first night you camp out, you guys do your thing. You do your typical watches. Nothing happens. In the morning, when you wake up, and you are, you're not too far from roads, but you are off road. You are out in the country, where there's properties in the far distance. You can see, if you traveled, for 25, 30 minutes on foot, or whatever, you'd be on someone else's property, or it's kind of that situation. As you're getting ready, you see that there are two figures on horses, and they are coming in your direction. And you guys are the only ones like really around here. And it's kind of as you guys are all up and like getting breakfast, getting your shit ready for the travels. You see there are two riders in the distance that are coming your way, and it looks like they're coming from the direction you guys came from yesterday.
Is Raina's hood up?
Are they coming quickly?
Yeah, she
Okay.
they're not galloping, but it looks like they're just moving.
Okay.
I would just try to look normal.
Yeah.
It's normal
As
as I
normal
can.
as we can be.
Maybe I try to shrink a little bit so I look less noticeable. I'll just
Just packing our stuff up.
Yep.
As they get closer, one of them is in this they're in this dark green, like forest green cloak, and garbed in traveling clothes, and also it looks like they're armed. Like they have bracers on, they've got boots, it looks like they have a great sword over the back. And they're a half orc. This is they're not too common of a race. The other one is a dwarf. He's not garbed in the forest green garbs that the orc is, but he is similar attire with a big sword. He's got what looks like a bow. He's got greenish garb, but he's not matching this other guy, this half orc. Now, everybody here but Milo would probably know this. And the reason Milo doesn't know it is because he hasn't interacted with the outside world enough to get how things work. But you three know that half orc in the forest green cloak with the sword. They are high class. They are basically they're the green couriers is what they're called. They are high class mailmen. They deliver shit and you don't fuck with them. Attacking one is a huge crime. Interfering with them, if you interfered with them, it would be like if one of us shot the mailman and took his mail. Like you would be atoned for that. Like they would come down on you like the fist of an angry god. It's that type of thing.
But this is like the Secret Service mailmen.
They're not necessarily because everyone knows about them.
Okay.
Important people use them so that their mail isn't fucked with. That's like having a high level adventurer carry your mail for you. And he's like just walking around saying, don't fuck with me. Like I'm a green courier. Like
I was like, fuck.
not only will I probably beat your ass, but more of me will come and find you and kill you if you do fuck with me successfully. It's that type of thing.
My first thought, whenever you described the half orc, was I'm gonna make him a quarter orc. Because I'm gonna cut him in half. That was my first thought. but he's a mailman, so it's fine.
Yeah, it looks like someone has maybe mail delivered to them, or
I wonder who.
And eventually these riders make their way up, and both of them, are armed, similarly garbed, though one of them is clearly the mail messenger. The other one is just an older dwarf, probably reaching his later years, but he looks like a seasoned adventurer. His sword, his hand axe is at the side. You notice one of his axes has a blackened edge, dwarven forged adamantine, just like a weapon that you guys have. He looks like a seasoned adventurer. Both of them do. And as they reach you guys, and you guys look up and start to acknowledge that they're coming towards you, the orc looks at all of you and says, "I have mail from Milo Quinn." And the dwarf would point at the halfling and says, "It's that one for sure."
I just kind of lean towards whoever's close to me. I'm like, why are they bringing me mail? Who's this?
It's a bounty. They're coming to collect your head.
But give me mail first?
Yeah.
Oh.
And the orc, and as Milo looks confused and the group is just trying to figure out what's going on, the orc looks at Milo and says, "Is this true? You are Milo?"
Yes? And I just turn to Nix. I'm like, it's okay. It's alright.
He reaches into his, he's got a messenger bag, and he reaches into it and he starts sifting through it, and he eventually pulls out almost this shoebox sized chest. It looks like it's well crafted. There's an envelope too outside of it, and the dwarf says, "You've done your job. We are even. I will hand it to the lad. You've done your job." And he gives this man the box, and the guy with the half orc turns and leaves as if his job is done, and the dwarf dismounts and is carrying this box in your guys' direction.
Towards me specifically, or just all of us?
Well, he's not fully in your guys' circle yet. It looks like he's heading in Milo's direction, but it's not untrue that he's heading in the direction of the whole party.
I think I would probably fan out of the circle and kind of get on a perimeter basis.
Yeah, I mean,
you see the half orc move at a full gallop away, and the other horse, stays put as if it's well trained. The dwarf makes his way over. You see, he's got armor on, nothing too heavy. He's got nice clothes, nice boots, good weapons, and he's got grayish, dark beard. Looks like it might have all been black once, but it's graying. Doesn't have any hair. He's got scars on his face as if he's seen battle. And he says, "I apologize for disrupting your morning, but it seemed like better than disrupting your night's sleep. That's just rude."
Who are you?
My name is Thorgrin, and I knew your father.
Whoa.
I know him. I haven't seen him in a little bit, but yeah, boy, I know your father, and I'm here on his behalf.
How long is a little bit?
Months.
Ooh.
Several months.
Okay.
He lets you talk.
I just I point at what he's holding. I said, "Is that from him?"
It was your father's wish that you get this. Should I not hear from him after a certain amount of time, and that time has passed. So I am honor bound to deliver this to you for him. And he hands over the box, the chest, and he hands over the envelope with it.
I mean, I'd grab it, like with haste, like no doubt.
He says, I imagine you have a lot of questions for me.
Do you have time for that, or is this box gonna answer a letter?
I have no clue what's in that box.
Oh.
I can't open it. It's likely you won't be able to immediately open it. It was something meant for you and only you, and your father made damn sure that no one else could just open it unless they really tried. So I don't know what's in there. That's up to you to find out. But the letter, I don't know what it says, but it's for you from your father. And I was sworn to deliver it because he would not be able to.
So do you have time? I mean,
oh, I've got all the time in the world. I see you're having breakfast. You mind if I'll join you? I can tip in. I got some rations. I got some warm wine or juice, whatever it is you guys feel.
I mean, if the rest of them are okay with it. Yeah. Sit. I'll have Nix find something too.
It looks like he's been traveling for a little while. He sits down. He says, I heard you went off in them swamps and weren't gonna follow, hoping the gods you'd make your way out. Heard yesterday you were back in town and left, so we made full gallop to try and find you. Yeah. You all left a good trail to follow, at least, and I was able to get to you.
I just kind of chuckle a little bit, and I'm just like, well,
just like your father, huh? Exploring places, getting into adventures. You are your father's kid, that's for damn sure. He'd be proud of that.
Yeah, well, this is a recent development, and I suppose it's probably my job to actually do a better job of covering up our tracks, but I guess I'm glad we haven't done that yet.
It's only so hard in the countryside while riding on 4 horses, unless you're really trying, but...
Well, I appreciate...
someone after you?
I appreciate you finding us, I guess. I don't know whether to read the letter, or I don't want to keep you any longer, so I suppose I'll ask my questions and read this some other time.
I'm not a mailman, so I have all the time that I need. I took time off to deal with this. I worked alongside father for many years. A number of years.
You know, it's interesting. I started on this search, and yeah, I had questions, but it wasn't that long ago that I found out about what I am and what he is or was, and it's hard to just grab them. They go through. Where did you last see him?
I last saw your father far to the west. In Wood Elf Woods. It was a meeting of some kind. I won't go into too many details. I'm not supposed to anyways. But your father had a job to do, and he didn't know what was going to happen, and he said that if I didn't hear back from him, to make sure you got this.
You mean Fairwood?
No, far to the west.
Oh, far.
Oh. Center, center. This is the center of the world, sort of, you know. And Fairwood is right on your border. That's where you live, right?
Right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I tried there. You weren't there. But no. And let me go to the map and see what that woods is called. I forget it offhand.
Like Duarath or something?
It's Dorath. Yeah, that is what it is. You're absolutely right. I knew it wasn't Laurath. Yeah, it's Dorath. He says that was the last place he saw your father, was in those woods.
Oh, so I'd kind of be familiar with that.
Do you know what the meeting was about?
Make a persuasion check.
I'm not being very persuasive.
Yeah,
ooh.
puppy dog eyes.
Yeah, pretty much. 13.
He says, your dad had a job that he had to do, and he had to go into some dangerous places, and he didn't know what was going to happen.
That's all I've been told since he left when I was 3. He had to do something that was dangerous, and
you don't know what your dad does, do you?
No, she may have hidden it from me, but I don't even think my mother knew.
Fuck it. You deserve to know. No one is allowed to really talk about it, but fuck it. I'll let you know. Your dad he's a hunter, lad. He kills dangerous things. Things that don't belong in the civilized world. He's a primordial stalker, to be specific. Anybody can make a knowledge history check to see if they know what that is. Anybody can.
Not me.
You say history?
Yeah.
$13.
I'm gonna use my inspiration. 13.
Neither of you are too sure what that is. Sounds like it might be a secret position or a secret branch of some organization or some title bestowed upon someone, but no one has heard of that. No one's heard of that term. And he looks at you and he says, you don't know what that is, do you? I can tell. Well, primordial stalkers are, well, they're like ranger assassins. They kill dangerous species, dangerous monsters that very few people would brave. We're talking old threats, powerful threats. People, society have grown so accustomed to the peace. They have forgotten the old times when primordial beasts walked this earth and ruled it. And primordial stalkers were abundant back then, and they're needed less and less and less. And now our kingdoms have pacts with the dragons. You notice how there's no dragons flying around burning down settlements? Because thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, a treaty was made. They're not supposed to do that. Well, what happens if a dragon starts killing people and growing bigger behind the scenes? Well, we send someone like your daddy to go and deal with it stealthily, to shoot an arrow through his eye socket while he's asleep, and then walk away. And now there's no more dead. No, there's no more evil dragon. Now let's say an awful alien creature with 11 eyes and capable of destroying entire systems of government with its lackeys, and anybody going to deal with it gets disintegrated, gets destroyed, gets outwitted by some alien floating monster, well, we send a group of people like your daddy to go deal with that. Silently, out of the light. Your dad hunts things and kills things that normal men would shit their pants even thinking about. And he's good at it. He's really, really good at it. Halflings have a knack about you. You don't fuck up. You don't fuck up when it's most called for. You don't ever stumble when it's most called for. You don't miss when it's most called for. And you're capable of not being seen more so than a lot of races. And your dad put all those skills to very, very, very good use. And that's why you don't know who your dad really is until now. Because he has been making the world a little bit safer. One kill at a time. And I'm not supposed to say any of this. But fuck it, because I don't know where your dad is, and you deserve to know the truth.
So, wow. So it's safe to say that he probably went after one of these things and was either captured or killed, and that's why it's been as long as it has, or is in hiding and can't get out.
He heard there were rumors of a terrible, long gone monstrosity that once plagued this place a long time ago. The name escapes most historians, but there was rumors of its hidden lair somewhere, and your dad went to investigate, not to kill. It would take 15 of your father to even have a chance, but he went to investigate, because like I said, halflings are good at this. They're good at slinking in the wilds when they put their skills to it. They just are. I know that sounds stereotyping, but it's just true. I've never seen your father fuck up when it's called for most. And he's speaking, of course, of the lucky trait that all halflings get, where they just get that reroll. They don't roll natural ones. Right. That's kind of what the dwarf is saying. And he says your father was investigating possible lair, and I don't know where. And it likely wasn't even fully on this plane. But he was investigating a very, very, very terrible entity. And he didn't know what was going to happen. A lot of hush-hush with this one. Normally it's not. Normally I have information because I am what he is. Like, I work, like I said, I worked alongside. I've revealed myself already. We both do this. I've been on missions with your father. I was not on this one. He was. He's better than I am.
Oh. Wow. Wait, so you went to my house? You saw my mother and sister?
I did.
They're all right?
Everything seemed to be okay, yeah.
Did you deliver anything to them?
I only had I had a letter for your mom from him, but you got the package. You got the box with the letter. I didn't leave a box for your mother. I think there's another letter for your sister as well. I can't say what's in that box. I can't say what your father had to say, but, you know, he always mentioned his family. He always mentioned how you were similar. He liked to explore, you know. Mentioned you would always dig in the forest. You always go to the outskirts of places you weren't supposed to go, and had instilled you the places not to go, because we all learn the boundaries of safety at whatever age, and you learned yours quickly from the sound of it. But you are following in his footsteps, at least lightly, is what it would seem. Your father would be proud that you made it outside of the woods. And I have no evidence that he's dead. I want that established. I have no evidence that the man is dead.
I mean, the reason
Only that
I'm out of the woods is for him. I mean, I suppose it's turning into being for me, but I'm looking for him. Kind of sounds like
yeah, we heard. That's
Yeah.
why we're here. We didn't know where he did live, actually. It was the Druid of Hemlock reaching out that there was a Milo Quinn in this area. I've been spending a couple months trying to figure out where you are, because I never knew where you were. He kept that a secret. I was supposed to deliver this, and there was no way to know how. I had to piece it together myself. You should have gotten this package months ago. But it's a good thing you did reach out to her, because she reached out to the trees, the druid circles, and druids can talk druids can speak worlds. They can speak across worlds. You want to get a message somewhere, druids can get it done, as long as there's woods or animals, or they have their ways.
Well, it's fascinating you put it that way, because why would she so quickly go to so much trouble to figure this out for me? I can't figure that out, why she would. I mean, maybe it doesn't cost her a lot, energy wise, but to go through that much trouble that quickly, it hasn't been that long since I talked to her. And this is, I mean, I already understand from what you're saying how important my father was. I don't know, but yeah, thank you for finding me. Thank you for this. I'm kind of tongue-tied right now. This is, I don't know. Thank you.
Says, I shouldn't have revealed things that I revealed. I don't care. You deserve to know. And I'm glad I found you. I'm glad I was able to keep my oath to your dad and get that to you should he not return.
Well,
there's a bit of silence as you guys finish eating.
I'm just staring at the box, the letter. I'm not gonna open it yet, but yeah.
He says, I'm gonna get going, but if you ever need to reach out for anything, my name is Thorgrin Blackstone.
And I'll turn
I
toward.
don't have a main home. He says he goes all over the place.
I guess that's kind of where I'm at right now too. I mean, I have a home, but this is Nick's, by the way. One of the few things I remember about my father was his. Well, I mean, at the time, it was like a wolf dog. I don't know if it was still that, but
I'm well acquainted to these types of abilities. Yes, you're a Quinn, all right. And he pets the cat, and he's not the best at animal handling, but he's not the worst either. His dwarven hands pet a little gruffly, but he's not like harmfully. It's up to you how much Nyx likes the attention.
Nyx would be
Um,
all right with it,
he's
especially if Nyx could smell. I mean, it's an animal, right? Probably smell my father in some distant way.
right.
Yeah.
He pets Nyx quickly, and he says, "I'll be off then. You watch yourself, Milo, in company of Milo."
Oh, right.
Before
Sorry. Basil, Howard, Reyna. I just introduced the three of you.
He says, "It is very good to meet all of you." He looks at the dragonborn. He goes, "I don't think I've seen one of the dragonborn of your cut before. Where do you come from? If you don't mind me asking."
just a town in western Alev.
Ah,
I've
you
a
have
lot of people wonder
immaculate
about.
scales. You have immaculate scales.
Thank-
As a dwarf, I admire it. And he looks at Howard and Reyna, and he says, "Are you folk local? How fares things these days?"
I mean, they're going, so.
Peaceful.
Um,
Peaceful. They're very peaceful.
yeah, what he said.
Well, that's not too surprising. These lands don't see too much chaos, which is good, because there's other places in the world where it's not that case. I hope peace continues to find all of you. Keep each other safe. You're a good-looking company. I like to see the next generation come in and really bring out the envy of the older. Otherwise, nothing gets done. So you keep these lands safe.
As he mentions peace, I'll just kind of like I hope peace finds you, or keeps following you or whatever. I'll just shake my head a little bit, and then I'll ask. You mentioned the Duarath. Is that place under turmoil, or the places around the Duarath under threat?
It's more not like you're thinking. There's political intrigue everywhere.
Okay.
The each of these wood elf forests are a little different. And they're all known for their own little quirks and their own little lifestyles. Like your woods here, Milo, they're very quiet and accepting and reserved. They like their peace. They like to help. They like to be quiet. Laurath is the oldest, is the most reclusive, is a primordial jungle, impenetrable wood, and the people who live there, the elves who live there, they know it's their home and they defend it, and they don't like intruders, typically. Duarath is old, too. It's more aristocratic for wood elves. There's more political intrigue there. Global affairs are more relevant there because Kaldire is there. And Kaldire is about as high elf aristocracy as it gets. So more things happen politically in the West. You have Ozengrill too, a metropolis of intrigue and scientific ingenuity. And then you have this kingdom, old, peaceful, important. It sits in the center, and therefore it holds importance. You have elves, dwarves, men, you have everybody right there. It's a focal point. And it's good that there's not a lot of turmoil in this area, because really the rest of the world feels it when there is. But I hope that answers your question. I could babble about the world all day long, but that's really it. Don't think of Durath as being a war zone of conflict. It's more political intrigue for Wood Elves. They like to decide where to send their hunters, what monsters are the worst, what news of where. You know, as Alev wars with each other and launches their crusades against each other, Durath is more concerned about the natural barriers and what monsters are out of control. I guess that's, not to give you an insight into their government, but that's about as simple as I can be while being truthful.
Thank you.
And he looks to you all, and if no one else has questions or anything for him, he will take his leave. And he once again, says it was good to meet, Milo. It's good to meet the son of his companion. And he hopes to see you all again in good health.
Thank you again. Be safe. When he was talking about whether you said something that he didn't think my father was dead. Is that what you said?
Yeah, he did. He has no reason to believe, or he has no confirmation that your father is dead.
Okay.
There has not been word through his organization or through his ears that your father is dead confirmed. That
Okay.
has not been confirmed. Just that he didn't come back from his mission. He was supposed to be back and he didn't. So this dwarf felt honor bound. He was honor bound to bring you the package. That seems to be the layout.
So as he's mounting up, I'll just say, you have no confirmation, but what do you believe? What do you feel?
Your father was investigating the most dangerous creature this world has ever known, the devourer of cities. And then he went missing. We're talking a creature so big it can devour a city just by aligning its mouth to the ground and moving the fuck forward. So I have no clue what the hell happened.
Thank you.
That said, he takes his leave.
I just breathe in super heavily. And just... I'm not going to open either of those yet. I'm just... kind of look around at everyone. I'm like, well, let's go.
Are you all right?
Yeah. I have more information than I had before. And he's no more alive or dead than he already was to me. So... this might say something, I suppose. Might not. I don't know. But thank you for asking.
Of course.
I know this... I mean, it should go without saying. I haven't known any of you very long, but I really... Can we make sure this information stays between us? I mean, he went out of his way to mention that he shouldn't be telling us. And, I mean, I feel like I trust you, but I just want to I want to put it out there.
Oh, well, of course. We wouldn't. None of us would tell any of our secrets, right?
Well, I didn't think so. Like I said, it probably goes without saying, but...
It's none of my business. That's your personal stuff.
Well, I made it your business. I could have talked to him on my own elsewhere. But I'm with you guys, and I didn't... Oh, here's the thing. I didn't want to really relay it all, because I wouldn't have remembered it all. So, it's good that more ears heard it in case I forget things, which I'm pretty good at doing. So
I won't mention it unless it's forced out of my body without my own consent. So
fair, understood.
Same here.
You have my word.
no.
Thank you all.
Liar.
Ding.
Such a liar.
Baz like, fuck, I should have waited until later to write the fucking letter.
That's what I was fucking thinking.
As was getting ready for a big juicy letter.
Yeah, I just started. I was like, in my DMs with Tom, I was like, need to write another letter. I haven't sent it yet, but I could not mention it. I'll have to think about it.
Howard probably,
mean,
I've already mentioned Thomas Quinn, so I should maybe just wait till they get back to me.
I mean, out of game, you might find out more information than you found and get Milo information that he don't have. That could
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah, exactly. I might get stuff from my people. You know, my people talk to your people, and yeah. So maybe I'll know something, and Milo will be like, "How do you know that, though?" Yeah. Okay. I probably won't write another letter for a while. Just let things develop.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're also in the country too.
The country.
Thorgren, Blackstone rides off into the distance until he leaves your
At a
vision,
distance.
and you are left to your accords.
I'll start. I'll hop on Thunder.
I'm gonna braid Jules' hair and put some flowers in it that I found. And like, all right, let's go. Also, I'm gonna braid my hair because it goes like past my butt, okay? And she's gonna braid it, and then she's gonna try to like wrap it around and pin it up
Just
so
to
she
look
can put
different.
her hood up. Yeah, just slightly
Yeah, I get
different.
you. Right. Yeah, so there's not all this hair spilling out of the. Right, I get you.
I'll paint
Yeah,
myself
it's
a
very
different color.
distinctive color.
Right.
I mean, I have disguise self, but
How big is the box? Like, can I slide it into my backpack? Or is it like
Yeah.
big? Like
Yeah,
that's why there was a half orc there big.
In real life, it's like the size of a shoebox.
Oh, that's right. You said shoebox. Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I could imagine you could fit it in your backpack, but that'd take up quite a bit of space.
You got your
not
shoes.
Not poundage, but like just space.
They're Air Jordans.
Yeah, exactly.
Got you the latest Air Jordans, +5 to athletics with jumping. Oh man.
Yeah, I'll slide that into my
Little jumpers.
Yeah, little jumpers. There you go. I'll slide that in my backpack, and I will hold the letter in my hands and just kind of, as I'm riding Nyx, just kind of stare at it.
I think Howard would like when this guy was talking about how hard this thing was supposed to be open this shoebox. He would said, if you find yourself having trouble with to open it, I can always use magic to help you out, buddy.
Appreciate it.
Does the box have like a smell? Did he like spray it with cinnamon, like perfume or something before he sent it off, or?
No, there's no exotic smells to the box.
No hint of Thomas.
Oh, it's a cologne.
It's just a box of those seasonal cinnamon-scented pine cones.
Of well-lacquered wood.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I guess
It
I
looks
probably
it
before
looks
I
definitely a wood elf craft.
yeah
Sorry.
before I put it in my backpack, I would have kind of looked it over, but not like with the intent of opening it. Just I guess admiring.
This would
it.
happen. Me just saying that was earlier. That would have been earlier before you did all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it was definitely elven crafted, and it looks like it was well crafted.
Okay.
Man, these elves craft things. Crazy. The shield, the box.
Would there be any like indication on the box similar to how Milo's house was crafted?
Oh, interesting.
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Or investigation check.
You know what? I'm gonna bust this out. You guys ready for this? I got this as a birthday gift. It's very big.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What the fuck is this?
Perception?
What the hell?
Yeah,
Yeah.
perception.
Dirty 20.
Nice.
What the fuck?
Dirty 20 or nat 20?
Dirty 20.
Okay. It doesn't look necessarily like it's your dad's work. You don't think your dad necessarily crafted this?
Okay. Yeah, then I'll put it in my backpack and I'll just ride
sure.
along staring at the letter.
We ride.
You're looking at the envelope, or are you reading the letter?
No, I'm just looking at the envelope, just
Oh,
kind of
okay.
staring at it. Yeah, I haven't opened it yet.
Oh, does the envelope have like a seal? Is it like a wax seal? Just out of curiosity.
Does it? I will look it over. I mean, that's what I'm doing. I'm staring at it, right? So.
It does.
Ooh.
The seal looks like it is a
Right there.
knocked composite bow with a barbed arrow knocked in it. That's the seal, and it's in a crimson colored wax.
Awesome.
Interesting.
All right, we can keep riding.
Okay.
Goodbye, Hill.
It is 10 after 10. Why don't we take our bio breaks?
I
And then we can continue.
needed to go to the bathroom for a while.
I've had to go for 15 minutes, but I didn't want to interrupt the dwarf scene. That would have been so anticlimactic.
He could have just said, I need to go to the bathroom real
Yeah.
quick, Milo. Hang on.
No,
Hang on, Milo.
I could wait, provided the roleplay didn't last an hour. All right, I'll be back.
Yeah. We shall return.
dwarf has left you guys, and you are continuing. Milo's just kind of looking at the unopened letter. Reyna is changing her hairstyle so that it's less obvious that it's her. Howard is probably recalling a lot of things. And Basil is brainstorming a nice, juicy letter.
I'm
Everyone's
looking
making
heroic as fuck right now. I'm on thunder, and you know, my cape. It's going. I don't know if I have a cape, but you know.
I'm just throwing my dagger at Basil and recalling it right before it hits him. Over and over again.
I love it.
As you get closer to the hill areas that contain Pyre Hill, you notice more and more presence of military is a thing. Military of, you know, soldiers of all shapes and sizes adorned with the Eelfelk colors and insignias. Some riding horses, some just patrolling without. It is clear that this is a more martial enforced area. It just becomes apparent. But then again, you know it is Pyre Hill, which would make sense. So it'll take you guys a couple days to get to Pyre Hill. So you end up having to camp out another night in the country, and I imagine you stay off of the beaten paths, or do you stay on the paths?
If the paths make us faster, I would go on the
I mean,
path.
Yeah, the paths would make you a little faster, but I didn't know how
I don't. Oh, well, Reyna
off
might
the
want to
grid you
avoid
were
the
going.
path.
Right, yeah, it's kind of up to the group, for sure.
If Reyna wants to avoid it, then I'll. That's.
I mean, we can
I'm
always
down.
stay on the path, and then before we camp, just go out like a mile or two into the wilderness from the road.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay.
So that's what we're doing.
Yippee!
Sorry, my mouth was full. Yes.
How
Up
dare
the
you?
road.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so it starts getting dark as you're approaching the more hilly terrain. With the river going through the hill lands. The river branches off from the Little Pike and it goes up into the hills, and then back into the Little Pike, which drains into the marshes surrounding Hemlock. So you see that area in the distance that you're heading when you're camping out here, and I mean it looks as peaceful and accommodating as it can be, being off the path. You're still in healthy land with water nearby. So there are soldiers patrolling. You see there are guards that are riding around this area from time to time. It's not like they're up in your business, but like if you were up to no good, it would be tricky to get away with much with how much traffic is in this area. But no one really gets in your business. That is kind of the atmosphere. There's not a lot of ranches. There's not a lot of farms in this area. You're kind of on your own, other than the random travelers you see here and there, bringing goods, or the militia that are doing patrols. That's kind of the scene. Oh shit! The music stopped. When the hell did that happen? Actually, it happened a while ago. I just never. The music back.
So are we setting up camp? Is this like work like at the end of the day?
It's getting dark. You can push through the night, but like that is the situation. It starts getting dark at the end of the second day of travel, and you know that you should reach Pyre Hill, before half day's up tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean,
We can just camp.
yeah, I don't
Yeah.
see no reason for us to rush. We're not like,
It's not like the fate of Eelfell depends on us. So.
Yeah, not yet. But yeah, you start setting up.
Yeah,
camp
you guys
and-
can set up camp here.
I will take first watch because I'm gonna read that letter.
Yeah, but I wanted to before we take watches. I don't
Sure.
want to like. I would come up to you and be like, So no matter what you read on that letter, it could alter how you perceive your father. So you need to be ready to come to terms with that. I mean, maybe if he is such a amazing hunter and all that, maybe these are his past sins that he is trying to paint himself in an image that doesn't make you want to find him. And just, be ready.
Yeah, I'll just nod and I'll just say, well, for a long time I thought he just left us. So I didn't look at him in a very good light for a long part of my life. I tried to hold on to what little memories I had when he was there. And then he was gone. And it wasn't until not that long ago that wasn't the case. He didn't just leave. He left for a purpose, and now I'm finding out he left for holy shit, right?
Yeah.
And so my views of him keep changing. But I mean, yes, I appreciate the heads up that I fully expect it to change no matter what it says. So, but thank you.
Yeah. Well, enjoy your watch.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
And I will also touch your shoulder and say, just because, I'm a dick doesn't mean I can't relate. I never knew my father, so I'll clap your shoulder and then give you a bardic inspiration for the night in case you want to use it for anything.
Awesome. I'll just say.
Sorry. I also just want to run up and give you a big hug. And I'll be like, and then I'll kiss you on top of your head, and then be like, good night.
Thank you. I'll hug you back, but then I'm going to turn back to Hal and just say, I don't think you're a dick. We...
Inside check.
No, I mean, you guys... We've all lived lives, and obviously you've lived one longer than I have, and things happen that make you, for lack of a better word, harder than others.
Maybe one of these days we can all sit around the fire and I can tell you about it. But not tonight.
I look forward to that day. I'm not gonna lie.
It's not that great of a story, but okay. Good night.
Story's a story. Good night.
I'm gonna go to sleep.
Basil's over sleeping in his gossip bubble.
He's like, oh, what else am I gonna tell them?
Well, no. I was also thinking, I know his real name. What is your name?
I will.
Well, maybe that's a lie. Maybe it's not his. It's like his other alternate.
Who knows?
If everyone's gone to
Alias.
sleep,
Yeah, I'm asleep.
I'll lay kind of like if Nyx is laying in like a kidney bean shape, I'll lay leaning up against her, and I'll pull an arrow from my quiver and use the blade of the arrow to kind of open the letter, not disturbing the seal. Just a letter opener, and take it out and read it.
Inside is a bit of parchment that's been folded, and when you unfold it, you see a looping cursive written with black ink, probably from a feather quill for sure. And I will send you what it looks like. If the font is ridiculous and you're having trouble deciphering it, I can read it. But I will send you what it looks like.
It's in Comic Sans.
It's in
Psychopath.
wingdings.
Yeah.
Psychopath.
I like that. If it's hard to read, it's in wingdings. Yeah, it's a little hard to read. Thanks.
Milo, what to say? I don't fucking know, dude.
Here, I'll send it. I'll send it right to you.
Did Milo's mom teach him cursive?
Oh, probably.
Wow.
I know Celestial,
Crazy.
Draconic, Goblin, Halfling, and Sylvan, so there's probably some cursive somewhere in there.
Oh my
Mm.
gosh. How do you know so much?
The
I know
trees-
2 languages.
the
Home-
trees speak.
Homeschooled.
Makes sense. Oh, I know 4 languages.
I know 2.
Besides
Common and Elvish.
Yeah. Oh, you don't know anything else besides those 2?
No, but I do have comprehend languages. So.
It's a good spell.
I know 1 language and I don't know why I know it.
It was sent to you.
I got it. You guys can carry on while I read this. That's basically what I would do
Well, we're
with
just
my...
asleep right now.
Right, as in go
Can I
into
get
the
another
next...
dream?
There's
Yeah.
there's not another dream.
Thunder.
No, just
Hmm.
regular
Basil's
dreams.
he's having a Fabio dream right now. That one beast of thunder. Flocking.
You're just riding
blonde
thunder
hair.
through an infinite plane of majestic wonder.
I'm just I'm cutting down enemies as I ride, and I'm just
You are beheading demons with every swing of your blade.
the blood's just getting all over me, and I'm just in my element. Okay, if we're keeping on going, do we get woken up through the night?
No, no, nothing disturbs you in these lands.
It's like, damn it.
There's guard patrols. And it doesn't appear to be any dangerous wildlife or bandits interloping on your rests.
We're the interlopers.
You are the interlopers, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. I will I guess we'll eat or whatever, and then I'll hop on Thunder. Mm.
Onward.
Yep.
And
Towards
I'll
Pyro
make sure my hood is up, my hair is back, no one can notice me.
Put some face paint on today.
You will
Ew,
see what
no.
mood Milo is in after he gets done reading this letter.
I'm done reading it, yeah. What did you say?
Okay.
What?
Oh no, everybody's kind of waking up. There was no disruptions in the night.
Okay. We'll carry on.
Okay. We ride on to Pyre Hill.
Yes.
Excuse me.
You ride out into south into these hills. There are some inhabitants in here, for sure. Soldiers are garrisoned around Pyre Hill and in Pyre Hill all year long. Soldiers' families need to stay places that are close. There are plenty of people that, houses litter these hill lands. Not the farming communities that you're used to in the fields, not the ranching communities and the dozens of, cattle ranches and goat ranches that you've seen and littered throughout other areas. These are mostly just houses with maybe a stable or whatever accommodations the common folk here have bought themselves to get their own houses situated. Not the nicest of houses, but soldiers aren't extremely poor. So the people here seem to be getting by. You see a lot of the people are interacting with one another, like they live with each other and live around each other every day. You hear the bickerings of, which soldiers have had to work, too long, and how so and so's husband hasn't, had to stay on that shift since 4 years ago, and just the common mumblings and grumblings of soldiers and the wives of soldiers, and there's a lot of that.
Any?
You're also, what's up?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, keep going. Oh,
I was just gonna say, were there any points of interest? Any shops that look interesting? Something that's popped up around the soldiers because
like a Build-A-Bear.
Yeah, something like that.
Any magical shops?
Yeah.
Not too much that you see in this area. There are bazaars and people that are peddling, the common goods, healing tonics and healers kits and things like that. Hardcore shops for magic and all that. You don't see a whole lot of that in this area. But like where you're heading, Eelfell, there's a whole bunch of stuff there. That. In this area, it doesn't seem to be a lot of. This is not a shopping area. It looks like there were more choices for Arden shopping at Hemlock possibly than the road you're on.
Jesus.
Yeah. In terms of shops, there's people peddling goods, but not like there's blacksmiths, selling iron goods, but nothing that strikes you as magic objects or trinkets of that type of value. Nothing catches your eye.
It'd be worrying if it struck me.
Right.
I'll look to my compatriots. I'll be like, what are the odds they would actually look up records for us from 200? Well, we do have a seal of the king on us. So they might. I don't know if we want to flash that around for, this is obviously not what it was given to us for.
Well, now that I think about it, if this has truly unhinged criminals in it, and we start saying, "Hey, does anyone know about this magical wizard or whatever?" and someone in there knows about this guy that's shady, that could always use magic. Tom, do they have some sort of magic nullifying system or some shit in this? Any kind of
Yes.
Okay.
They've got number one, there are ways of detaining magical people. For a wizard, for example, you throw him in handcuffs, you burn his spell book, that wizard can't do anything now.
Okay,
You keep him from his book. Sorcerer, a little bit different. They don't need that. You
Cut
put
his
him
tongue
in
out.
Yeah, you could fucking do that. Yeah, you could chop their hands off. You could put them in magical manacles that don't allow spell casting, and they have runes where they can't be, taken out. Where you would have to do a DC 30 escape check to get out of them, and then be able to cast spells. And of course, it does happen. Some dude breaks his manacles, and then the sorcerer starts getting wild. But
It's crazy in there.
Yeah. They have methods to stop spellcasters from casting their spells. Absolutely.
You should see it on the weekends. It's crazy.
But the dangerous spellcasters, most of them are just killed.
Okay.
They're just killed.
Uh-oh, you moved the wire a little bit too much. You went to the quiet zone.
You guys hear me?
Barely.
Kind of, barely.
All right, let me.
Yeah, but I thought it was. Is there?
I breathed.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Yeah, we good?
You
Yep.
good? Yep.
Sorry, guys. I guess I breathed wrong and moved my soul so slightly to the left. Which is
I
Yeah.
hold my breath. Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right. The really bad criminals, like mages that would just go and kill people, most of them get put to death.
Okay.
To be honest, you would know that.
Okay.
It's odd that they left. You would think it a little odd that they left an arcane terrorist alive for whatever reasons.
Howard doesn't say any of that stuff a second ago.
So, my question would still stand. Is that should we use the seal to kind of get these records, or is it kind of maybe we should keep our heads low?
feel like if we use it for the right people, maybe, but not like, yeah, we just flashing it around to everybody's probably not a good idea.
Just Thunder boys. We draw a line.
We're from the
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to get thunder. What do you mean?
Yeah. Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't even bring it up to these people. Maybe we just stay low. Like, mind our business. Like, I know this information's valuable. We need it, but like,
We
We
might.
could also.
I was just gonna say it might be just as easy to find it in Eelfell. The
yeah.
Right.
information, right? Where,
History.
yeah.
We could also get permission to ask for this later. Like, we could always come back. I'm sure nothing bad will happen to Pyre Hill, and all the
We're supposed to-
inmates
we're s-
won't go
We're
free.
supposed to. Gregorius wanted us to talk to the king. We have to have a court with the king somehow. So
Can
I don't know how the fuck.
We look
that's
at these
gonna happen.
scales.
I
Look at
mean
these
I
scales.
can get us into the noble's area and maybe try to find our way to the king's palace.
That sounds dangerous.
I
But
mean,
sure.
my family has little pull,
Well,
but not very much. Like
don't you- Sorry.
I don't know if my family's name alone could get us, an appointment
Well, we could.
with the king.
Do
Well, all we have to say is that we request the primal trial, right? And then we should get granted access to the king. I feel like that would deem a worthy, like.
if he knows of it, he might have to.
Well, he's the king. I'm sure he knows about it.
Sure.
Well, actually,
I'm.
sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I am a bit hesitant to use your family's name because you are known as missing, and he would probably send for your family if they found you.
I have tricks.
Trixie.
Those are for kids.
So even if we use your family's name, they wouldn't send for your family, or like we wouldn't have any justifiable proof that we are from your family, right?
Well, yeah, I do, and I pull out my insignia.
Oh,
I don't know if you've ever seen Steven Universe,
I have.
but
yeah.
it's a little insignia, and it's just like a diamond. It's like a pink one, a green one, a blue one, and like a diamond-colored one, and they're all like together, and they shape like a big diamond.
We are-
Yeah, each quadrant of the diamond is like a different color, and then it forms a big diamond,
Huh.
like
I'll
star
find
sign.
a picture, guys. Yeah. And I'll just show it. Be like, yeah, it's I have this.
Well, then perhaps we could. I think we've come to the consensus that there's nothing in Pyre Hill that demands our attention.
I think we're just passing through, yeah.
Yeah. Unless y'all want to do a jailbreak.
Just a random person. You want out?
Yeah. And say that and look at the nearest little kid on the ground. Jailbreak.
You guys,
Tyler would be interested in that, but Basil would not be.
you guys eventually come up on Fire Hill, cut into slightly elevated terrain. The fortress stands, or the fort stands in a perfect square. No stone. It seems to be mostly wood.
Oh,
Yep. It's not like
So we can-
like a. Well, the walls seem to be mostly wood.
Oh.
Within there are stone buildings, but the walls surrounding it seem to be just thick wood. And there are guards milling about. The river which cuts through here goes through the fortress too. There are accommodations in the wall to allow it.
it's like Homes
and-
Dude.
Within the fortress, it's not like that in terms of the walls. The walls don't go that high, The walls.
Yeah,
are
but the river
15
passes through, and it has like a
Oh
grate,
no, you're
right?
right. Yeah, for sure. I agree.
And where the Urukai runs in with the bomb.
Right.
So this is burnable wood, right?
I was thinking, oh man, in the event of a riot, they just burn the place and they burn all the prisoners inside. That was my thought, but
Well,
also
it looks like the place where the prisoners are going to be held is not made of wood. That
Right.
that is made of, stone, and it's been engineered. And
Okay,
the
that makes more
engineer,
sense.
yeah, the engineers and the architects who built that, it's not the same as the walls. Maybe it costed too much money to get the stone. They valued holding the prisoners in rather than the defense of all the
Yeah.
civilians, I guess.
That makes sense.
There's no stone walls. Yeah, that seems to be it.
They'll
they're
upgrade
probably
it
just not
eventually.
expecting. They're probably just not expecting an attack because it's Eofel, you know.
Right.
People don't
well,
attack us here.
the criminals in this area are probably a lot less dangerous than the criminals in Alev or in Ozengrim or in like Taldir, maybe.
These guys
This-
are chump.
Right? Yeah. This realm is known as mostly a farming kingdom. So
Gotcha.
while there are powerful knights and there are learned wizards, they're much lower on the scale than Ozengrill or some of these other kingdoms.
Gotcha.
The Alun Empire, with all its different, inner kingdoms, that's just way higher on the power scale. But they're still dangerous people. So you're coming up on this, and there are guards, in plate, in chainmail, different assorted uniforms. And you're coming up on this on the terrain a little bit, and you are stopped and questioned a little bit. An officer that looks not extremely high rank notices you all. He says, "What business brings you to these lands? You don't look from around here." He says to whoever's leading, I imagine the Dragonborn.
I can lead if
Who's in the lead? Who's in the lead?
I wouldn't be because I don't know this area, so I wouldn't really
Right.
be like, yeah.
We've
I'm
seen the shield
fine, we-
first.
we're just passing through, on our way to Eofel.
Oh, I see. Be about you then. Good day to y'all.
Is there a town crier or a board with jobs that need to be done? Just out of curiosity.
Here, no, we don't employ anybody to take missions. There's enough soldiers here and scouters here to handle all that. You'd have to go to Dewcrest or Lake Town. Greenville's closest. Greenville's got boards. You're looking
Gotcha.
for work. We just hold the baddies. We don't send people out to get them here.
How many baddies? You wouldn't have to happen to have any bridge explosion plant, any kind of bridge bombers, do you?
Okay.
Bridge bomber?
Yeah, I heard some rumor about a bridge being blown up or something, and just tons of people died. This was like many weeks ago, 2 weeks ago.
Oh, I heard about that. No, we don't have him. They're still at large. I thought you were talking about that crazy arsonist bastard. We have him locked up.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one I'm talking about.
Oh well, that was a long time. It's not
How-
him. He's
how
not
long?
the one who burned down the bridge. That mage who was burning things down. He burned the orphanage down 200
Dear
years ago
God.
or something.
200?
Yeah, he was that crazy fuck that was some wizard, right?
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking. Like his name was like Joseph Jebs Keller. What was his name? again?
Milo's watching Hal, like, what is he doing?
What was his name? I can't. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I just can't think. It's been a long day. Been a long journey.
Oh, is he still in here? Or
The guy who burned down the orphanage?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still alive. Don't ask me why.
Why is he still alive?
Don't ask me why. I think he should be dead. He's not alive because the king willed him to be alive.
do you know
Don't
his
ask me.
name?
Why don't... Shit. If you got questions, why don't you bring it up to my superior? He's got all the answers. Yeah, this guy is a lower level recruit. He says head over to the prison. They got all the answers for you. But yeah, we have that guy who was burning all the shit down. Yeah, he's in here.
I didn't expect.
Yeah, I hope he's not getting fed well. I hope he's being shorted his rations. Give him the guy.
We follow the law, sir. I assure you.
And that's why I was asking. I just want to make sure you're upholding your code. I'm gonna put a word in for a raise for you.
His name's Anaxius.
Write that down. Someone.
Anaxius the Insane. Ignacius the Insane. That's what they called him.
What does he look like?
Insane.
I don't know. He's an elf. He doesn't
Brown hair.
Darkish hair. Long.
Like black.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, he's in there.
I thought the guy in my vision had brown hair.
Maybe like dark. I think he said dark.
You couldn't tell because of the distortion, but it was dark.
Okay.
It was darkish hair.
Oh yeah, dark hair. Dark hair.
It was dark hair. You just didn't get an exact color because of the distortion effect.
I didn't expect them to supposedly have the guy we were looking for jailed. He's obviously not jailed, but you know. Okay. Are we going good to talk to the captain guy?
Yeah, let's go. Thank you for your time, sir.
What's your name?
Me?
Yeah.
Peter.
Peter.
Lieutenant
Peter. Rightworth.
With a B.
Brightworth.
Yeah.
Peter.
Yeah, put in the good word.
I think we need a powwow real quick, guys. I think we need to talk real quick.
Milo's just like, I think that's cultural appropriation now.
Yeah, there's not a shit ton of space like some of these towns you've been in. This is mostly a fort. There are buildings for soldiers. There are a couple outposts and watchtowers. There's a few, sort of innish buildings where soldiers can, have their breaks and all that. But there's not a lot of, areas for privacy. It's not like the city, but it's not so fucking crowded that, you feel like there's probably, at least 500 soldiers that are in this,
We get in a huddle.
Yeah.
And
You have
Milo
space,
gets
but
in the middle of us.
Milo's just standing like, what are we doing?
I'm whispering. There could be a possibility that the Underdark or whatever, maybe there's a tunnel. Maybe there's a tunnel out of the prison or something. Maybe this is like, where else would you hide? Like, this is the most inconspicuous place. It's a prison, right? Like, you wouldn't hide. Like, something to think about. Maybe we don't. We could go in there and ask some questions, but then it'll raise their.
I'm just curious why they would keep a 200 or hundreds of year old wizard who is burning down orphanages in this prison.
I have an idea. He could be part of the royal family, and they just couldn't bring themselves to execute him.
Maybe it's the king's brother.
Yeah, something like that. That's my thought.
You'd think they'd still keep him in like a maximum security prison, though, right? Not the.
Well, in Ilfeld, this is one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know if he was my brother. I don't know if I would want other nations handling him, or my family member.
That's true.
Could be his father. When did his? They would probably know that one. Anyways.
Well, that makes me wonder if we should be asking any questions, because maybe whoever we're asking
has something
to do with
nefarious.
what's going on.
We can ask. We already need to see the king anyways.
All right, get in there, Basil. You're our best talker.
Prison.
How flattering. How flattering.
Prison building is made of stone.
Act up one.
And it is well guarded. Going into it, you are met with some rank and file soldiers. They do ask your business here. This is private regal property. What is your business here?
We were told to talk to the gate guard's commander.
Roll persuasion with advantage. You're an impressive being, and you did just do that within line of sight. So there's a chance they saw you talking to people at the front gate and getting pointed in that direction. So I'll give you advantage on that, given the situation.
Yes, Peter Wrightworth. Lieutenant Peter Wrightworth. Lieutenant.
Okay. Yeah, he seems to know what you're talking about. You get advantage on the roll.
Lieutenant.
I got a 17.
He says, "Oh yeah, sure. I can get you in."
These scales talk, baby.
He lets you through, and in the main lobby, where they check you down and make sure that you're not anyone bad. There's a couple rogue people. There's a couple of armed guards around, and then there's a armored being that's apparently of rank. And he steps forward and he says, "I am Sergeant Plank. Don't make fun of the damn name. I've heard it all. I speak for the warden here. How can I help you?"
Sergeant, nice to meet you. I'm Basil.
He shakes your hand. You think he's very sensitive about his name, and he's trying to put on like the tough face. He knows you're all about to laugh in his face, and he's daring you, but he respects you. And he just is sick and tired of people talking shit about the whole Plank thing.
I give him a firm squeeze. Yep. I'll just give a glance back to my compatriots, and then I'll look back. We were interested in the Austin from 200 years ago, you said?
205.
105.
205 years ago.
205.
You're talking about the mad arsonist, the wizard.
Yes. Yes, we are.
You're looking for an interview? Is that it? You want a one-on-one with them? We get that every few years.
Yes, I would appreciate a one-on-one, or me and my compatriots.
Look, I'm not supposed to do that. He's a dangerous individual, and if the wrong people get in there and help him out, well, I'm gonna hang by the neck until dead.
We would never help him.
He looks over at the robed beings, and the robed being says, "They're mostly clean. They ain't breaking him out."
We're clean.
What do I have behind my eye, Patrick? Key?
Yeah, they're so one elf lady in the robes, is the one who spoke. She looks up and addresses the sergeant. She says, "They're clean. They ain't breaking him out." And he says, "Still against policy. but I think 100 gold donation to the prison. I could perhaps get you 15 minutes face to face with him. There's going to be a sentry nearby, of course. I'm not going to sit there and watch as something happens, but I can get you time to talk with him to write whatever article it is you want, provided you don't mention this.
100 gold.
You say it was on a day I wasn't working.
100 gold seems such a steep price.
It really isn't. He's
For
the
someone
most
who's going
dangerous
nowhere?
He is the most dangerous arcane user to hit these lands in the last 300 years. To get a face-to-face with him when no one else can, I think 100 gold is a very good price.
For someone who's going nowhere and has been stuck here for...
This man killed 100 kids, and you want to talk to him. The price is 100 gold.
How about 80? And I'll lean real close and flutter my eyes and try to look really, really pretty.
You can make a persuasion check. I would normally say disadvantage because of this man's attitude, but you're a noble. You know how to handle people having temper tantrums.
Let's see. Probably not.
He's not into you. Sorry.
Yeah, 13.
You're too old.
13.
Oh, wait. That's perception. Hold on. 14.
Well, he glances at Reyna. He says, 85. That is my final offer.
Alrighty, you have a deal. I'll cough up 85
I can help.
gold.
I can put some into the pot.
Raina doesn't care, but Star is like, oh, I have no money.
Well,
Yeah, no,
I'll
I'm-
put some in.
I'm actually going to, if Reyna and Basil were up front and I was kind of standing a little bit further back with Hal, I would actually kind of lean into Hal and hand him 20 gold and say, here's my part.
Mhm.
I don't know I'm whispering to him, I don't know what's in this box. I don't feel comfortable going in there with a possibly powerful wizard
Mhm.
with I don't even know what's in this, so I'm gonna step out. I'll stay with the horses, me and Nyx. And
Yeah. All right. Well, be safe. Don't go to no orphanages. You do look like a kid.
So you pull out the box.
No. No, I'm not
that's
pulling out the
not
box.
at all.
I'm handing Hal 20 gold and saying,
Okay.
I'm gonna step out, I'll stay with our horses, and
Gotcha.
He just doesn't want to bring the magical item within range
No,
of a...
possible magic item. I don't know what's in the
Yeah,
box,
you
so...
don't know. Right.
My assumption it's like...
My
It's,
headset cut out when you
Oh,
said
okay.
certain words.
Gotcha.
I was fixing it really quick,
Yeah,
so I didn't. So you're saying you have no clue what's in the box, and you're not bringing. Makes sense. Gotcha.
he
correct,
doesn't
yeah.
want to risk it.
I'm gonna go stay with our
Gain an
horses
inspiration
outside.
If you don't have an inspiration, gain an inspiration.
Cool, alright.
It was
Well,
a
do something really-
it was a
That's-
nuke
that's
in
smart.
there.
And I'll put 30 into that.
So,
So
you're
how
getting
much is
30.
it?
Well, he's giving 20.
Yeah, I
she's
give
doing
20.
30, so we're at 50. How much was it? 85?
Yeah.
I can
Yes.
do 20 if you want to do the 15.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Love it.
I'll push my way up to the front. Slick my hair back some. Make it a little messy. Make it a little messier. Reaching my hand out.
Oh,
The
but these
name's
people...
The name's Oliver. Gladtree. It's a pleasure to meet you. I love to be charitable. Do you have what does this donation go to by chance?
So he pockets 40 of it, and he splits the rest of the gold literally in front of you with all the 4 guards that are lining the room and the 2 robed people. He gives 5 to each of the robed people, including the woman elf. And then the other guards, he goes around, he goes, you tell your wife, she's going to get that mink coat for harvest season, He says, this is for, I like that joke you told me earlier. It was real cute. And he says, all right, and just because I like y'alls and you didn't put up a fuss, I'm going to give you 20 minutes with him. How about that?
Honkers.
And he,
Tom, before we go back there, I'm gonna pretend to like trip and fall and reach into his pocket and try to get some gold out.
Can I watch this? Like, can I aid her somehow?
Yeah,
Like, I want to
that'll
keep
be
talking
a-
to this guy. I want to keep talking with him. While she
that'll
does
be a
this.
sleight of hand.
Okay.
So I'm gonna keep
that's-
talking to him to kind of like distract her from.
Okay,
distract
that's decent for me.
him. So I'll just say
And this is what, as he's taking you in, out of this room, you're gonna do that. So it's not obvious,
yeah,
or
I
are you
was-
doing it right on the spot in front.
Well, I was gonna do it while he was like talking to him
Yeah, I'm
and
gonna
just go
talk
like,
to her, yeah.
"Oh no!"
Oh.
and
Yeah, so
like
I was
walk
gonna try to help
forward
her.
and like, "Oh my goodness, I'm so clumsy," and then
I would say that there's so many people watching. I was gonna give you a disadvantage, but Howard sees what you're doing. He's gonna run the distraction. It'll be just a roll. There's a lot of witnesses to do this. Is fucking. It's hard to do that with that many witnesses. But
So I'm gonna
Howard runs the distraction.
I'm going to like as I notice her like. So the charitable donations they go to the workers to keep up good attitude, and sir, I say you should be promoted to more than a sergeant, whatever that is. You should be admiral or a commander or something. They should make a title for you.
To
and
landlock.
They should give you some
Howard
land.
is talking more now than he has in the last couple days. Like he's trying to run the bullshit.
19.
Yeah, he's not actively trying to pay attention to you doing this type of shit. Who would just do this and reach in and, you managed to do it. These guards are ecstatic that they're getting paid, and they're like, dude, not every day do we get someone coming in wanting to see Mr. I burned down the orphanage. And now
And I
you
don't
managed
want to take the full, just like half
you're
of
reaching
whatever
into
we
his-
gave him.
You're reaching into his already full like coin purse to get some coins out. All right, here. This is what happens.
Whatever you get, you get.
Yeah, I don't want to take all of it though. That's what I'm trying to say.
I was thinking, man, right in front of a guy who's in charge of the prison? What a quick way to get thrown in.
Hey, we'll get an interview for free, and then we just gotta figure out a way to get out.
Yeah.
So you try to do the slip in the fall routine and get your hand into the coin purse. You accidentally take one of his medium-sized full coin purses, and it falls off, and you actually yank the whole coin purse, and it's full of gold coins. It's just open enough to where you see that it's gold at the top, and it's not a gigantic coin purse, it's one of the smaller ones, but you got the coin purse, and you can count it out later. But
Does he
it
still have
looks-
gold though? Is
Yes,
that
yes,
okay,
yes.
okay.
This was coin purse 4 out of 4 out of 4. You got one of his. There's 4 coin purses, and this was one of the smaller ones.
Jesus.
That's what
I'm-
happened.
um,
I randomed how much you got, and it was quite a bit. So like, I'm saying there's no way you, with your one hand, got that many coins. So you tried, missed, and grabbed you accidentally got a whole coin purse full of coins.
That makes
My
more
dog.
sense, actually.
There's a decent amount of gold.
Eventually, he's gonna be like, "Oh, it's kind of light on this
Yeah.
side."
He
okay,
doesn't
okay.
notice.
Yeah.
He doesn't notice. 19's a pretty good roll when they're not actively looking for this
Yeah.
type of shit.
Yeah.
No one would be so fucking bold.
I'll be honest, if that was a 14, this whole scene would be different. Like,
Oh
like,
yeah, yeah.
if
Thank
that
She's
was
goodness.
not with me.
this
She's
whole
not with
scene
me.
would be different.
Thank goodness it was a disadvantage because I probably would have rolled like sheet.
You'd be sending messages to Milo saying, we're kind of
Albert-
in jail now.
Howard and Raina can gain an inspiration. Robbing the prison sergeant is fucking
Of
awesome.
all people.
No, I haven't had anybody do an action
I
like
should
that
have
since
used my
35.
inspiration I had to do that. I don't know why.
Yeah.
No, it's
Risking it
you gotta,
all.
you gotta use them, people, because like, I'm not a cruel DM. You guys role play a lot and do good things, so I reward it by giving. So use your inspiration, please, people.
I was feeling like doing something crazy.
A
So.
risk taker.
Oh, I'll be honest, it was fun to see it happen because like I haven't seen a player do something along those lines in this situation since my 3.5 game, and there was a lot of fun stuff that happened in that. A lot of horror stories and a lot of fun, crazy stories where people just did things that you wouldn't expect and get away with it because the rolls went well. So it was good to see that. He leads you into the prison.
I'll help Raina up after she falls.
Right, yeah, right. So that scene, you managed to get the coin purse, pick yourself up.
Thank you so much. I am so clumsy sometimes.
That you are. You're so clumsy these days, woman.
You fell like 3
I know.
times on the way here. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know.
You might need to get your shoes
I've got
looked at by
really
a
long
toddler.
legs. They're just. I'm like a baby deer, I guess.
You
We need to
a
get you like a walker or something.
Yeah.
Okay,
cane.
okay.
You guys are drawing a lot of attention to this.
You need to go to
Okay.
the toddler and get your shoes cleaned.
The sergeant.
I'm gonna say okay and shoot daggers at them.
Yeah, the sergeant is like, oh, we need to fix this damn floor. People trip on that from time to time. He's like, I gotta write to someone about that.
Floors,
Get amazing
man.
in here. Floors suck.
I know someone of your stature should be able
Watch
to.
Watch this. You'd think that, but they don't listen.
Well, they
yeah.
should. Just look at you.
I know, right? I am a man of my wits, and nothing gets by me.
Of
He walks up,
course.
and then he turns around.
I can
he says-
tell.
He finishes paying all of these guards, and then he says, "So 20 minutes, and then that's that. Trust in y'all's. Don't tell no one else about this.
My lips are sealed.
You're starting to sound like Soft.
Oh, I can do. My lips are sealed.
There you go.
He leads you past this room, and it's into hallways where there's actual cells, and he leads you down this. You're getting the feeling it might be like in here, like a giant on each story, maybe a giant like horseshoe, and there's cells lined up in different areas, left and right of the hall, based on the architecture and how much room is there. And then when you get to the middle, there's stairs going up and there's stairs going down. And he says, "We're going down," and he takes you down a couple flights of stairs, and then there's another corridor.
What's it smell like in here?
It's pretty gross. It's
Dank.
musty. Yeah, it's
Beal.
not. Yeah, it's
Okay.
not the most pleasant of smells. It's got soldiers coming through here all day, and sometimes,
Like trench foot.
and you're going down, so you're getting that damp basement smell.
My favorite.
So he sergeant opens the door. There's a guard who acknowledges him. He's like, "Sergeant," and the sergeant, who's he's a human, just unremarkable features. He's just
It's a background character.
he's just a background character, and he looks at this guardsman who's probably like 30, and he says, "These 4 are gonna talk with
3. I'm not there.
Anaxius."
Yeah,
Oh,
mine was
my
not
bad.
with us. Mine was too.
These,
You're right.
I apologize. Yep. These 3 are gonna talk with Anaxius for 20 minutes. You're gonna wait on the other side of this door. You're gonna look in, and if they do anything that's out of the ordinary, even ask them anything, a letter, piece of lint, this one flirts with him, anything. That's it.
He's talking about Hal.
And,
I feel targeted.
You went out of your way to flirt with the fucking commander.
Hey,
Yeah,
I was trying. Oh, hey, I got like, what was it, 20 gold off of the.
Oh no, he's
purse.
clearly targeting you with that comment for sure.
It's
But
not like he doesn't have any reason to, because he
Right.
fucking went out of your way.
he's not being overly rude about it, other than saying it that way. And he says they get 20 minutes though. Lock them when the door shuts. And he says, "I'm gonna go back upstairs and have a break."
We're gonna wrestle.
Before he leaves, I'll say, I wouldn't flirt with anyone but you, and I'll wink.
Jesus. I really selling it.
He laughs a little, and you hear him go back up the stairs, and this guardsman looks at y'all and he says, "Well, I'll be here if you do need me. Let me know if you need to come out before then." And he lets you through. He says, "He's all the way down to the left."
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks so much, partner.
And with that,
Forgot.
oh my god. With that, he lets you guys through. And then he gets on the other side of the door and he shuts it. He doesn't lock it, but he shuts it.
I want to look to the right. I guess we're passing a bunch of cells.
Yeah.
I'll look to the right and just look at the people in them.
You see
Mhm.
you see the first cell has what looks to be a very aged old man with a beard that's like almost a foot long.
Damn.
Yeah, he looks like almost like a fucking Civil War soldier with the beard, or the lumberjack build, but the beard is gray, and he's just there's not a lot of light in his cell. But do you have dark vision or anything like that?
I do. Me and
I
Raina both do.
do.
Yeah, so you see this guy. He's sitting just on the area that he sleeps in. The bed that they've given him, in the shoddy mattress. That's ripped up and has material coming out of it. And he's just sitting there and he's literally just staring right at you guys. And he's got no emotion in his eyes whatsoever. And he's balding and he just looks like he's like a 70-year-old Michael Myers with a Confederate war soldier beard. It's fucking wild.
It's a true horror movie.
What's the emotion in his eyes?
Make an insight check.
He loves him some Dragonborn.
I got an 18.
He's been in here for a long, long time, and he hates it. And if this wall wasn't separate and the bars weren't separating him from you, he would probably try to kill you.
Okay, I keep.
You look into his eyes and you see actual, like, I fucking hate you. Like, I really want to hurt you. Like, that stare down, that primal urge of just insanity. This is someone crazy who is probably somewhere on the sociopathic scale for sure.
Cool.
Sounds like my kind of people.
Now we know what we're dealing with.
Killed 100
Okay.
children.
Let's go.
Well, that's not him. You're not down there. That's just to the right.
Oh,
That's
this
just
is
one
a different guy. Oh, I got you.
This is
Sorry.
like we're passing cells.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
He walked in and he looked to his right in the first cell and says, "What do I see?" That's what he sees.
Gotcha.
Motherfucking
So that's what the
Bible.
guard was dealing with, who was standing there this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Gives me a base to work off of.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's bad. Yeah, this is a
I
bad.
won't feel very bad.
Yup.
Not gonna do anything bad. But
Right. Yeah, this
I
guy's
wouldn't.
just clearly on the high end of the sociopathic scale, to the point where your insight check, looking into his eyes, just can tell this is not a good person. He wants to hurt me. And now you move through this corridor, which goes on for about 100 feet, until finally you hit the end. And there is no cell on the right. There's only one on the left. And that is where the guard said Anaxius was.
Okay. I'll turn to my companions. Get ready. And can we actually go into a cell, or have we just talk to him outside a cell?
Yeah, no, you can't go into his cell.
Yeah, no.
It
Why
looks
would
like
you want to?
Because there might be something in his cell.
it looks like he's got where it's not just the bars going up and down like most. It looks like he's got the full-on kennel bars that don't allow for much interaction. There is a locked gateway to get in, and his room doesn't look any smaller than the other guy's room. There is, however, a bookshelf with a couple of books in it, and a bed, and he is sitting Indian style on the floor, not facing any of you. You can see he's got a ragged attire, and he appears to be wearing shorts that are full of must and holes, and his hair is quite long and it's dark, and he has the slender frame of an elf. He's just staring at the wall by the bed, or both, or his eyes are shut.
I'd
Can't
like
see.
to, once I'm close to his cell, I'd like to use my divine sense. Celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet.
None of these things ping.
Okay.
How many uses a day do you get out of
5.
it? 5 uses a day? I thought it was a big number. That's why I've never really called you out on, because I know it's a lot, but I just wanted to know for sure, because I knew there was a limit. It's a lot.
I will say, Anaxius, you visitors.
There is no answer. You see, he moves maybe ever so slightly at the sound of a different voice, but he doesn't, other than that, acknowledge you. There's no vocal return.
I'll turn to Reyna and I'll be like, Reyna, I could cover the guard's view of you if you wanted to cast Detect Magic.
Are we sure we want to do that? Inside? I'll just, oh, hello! It's a female.
What the fuck?
Men in jail don't see women.
Right. This one just sees tons of burned kids.
Well, even sociopaths want to,
There's no response.
Okay.
However, you hear a female voice ring out from an opposing cell. I tried talking to him for the first 2 weeks I was here and got no response. He ain't talking to you either. And the voice sounds sort of young. It's hard to ping an age, but it comes from a couple cells down and on the right side.
Well, thank you for your
Input.
insight. Insight, input, whatever. I'm just nervous to cast inside here. They don't have like some kind of like thing put up where we can't use magic, or I guess you just use a divine sense, but I don't know that.
Well, that's not like casting a spell, though.
Tom, can I see what kind of books are on the bookshelf?
Yeah, sure. Make a perception, or make a perception check to see how well you can see them from the
Ooh,
angle.
Pride and Prejudice.
It doesn't gotta be.
I'm using
Mein
my
Kampf.
by the way.
What are we doing here?
No.
Kill a Mockingbird? Oh.
Let's kill one
Okay. I'll cast a detect magic if
It's
Basil is keeping watch.
18.
You get an 18?
Yeah.
Okay, so you see a couple books on the shelf, and they look like religious tone. What'd you get exactly? What was the number?
18.
Oh, that's a good number. You see 2 books. The Paths of Alona and the Virtues and Teachings of Heronius. Both of those books are on his shelf.
Okay.
They're religious texts by the looks of it. He's got 2 different Bibles. You know, that would be like basically looking in Charles Manson's cell and finding the Torah and the Quran side by side. Makes no damn sense.
What is Alonia the god of?
I'm not gonna make you roll for that. That's she's the goddess of nature.
So
She's
nature and honor.
She's kind of an elven god, sort of, but not exactly. A female god of like the woodlands and of nature.
Right.
If if you guys want to do something, I'll speak to him in a little bit, but if y'all want to finish up,
When Reyna begins casting magic,
I was gonna.
you hear the guard shout out, "Hey, no casting spells in there. You out your mind? Maximum security prison. No casting of spells."
I
was
tried to tell him. Okay.
sometimes
I'll ring the bell.
she's a
I'll
little
ring this
dainty
bell.
sometimes. She
Warden
just forgets.
down here immediately.
Worry not. We're fine. Thank you.
I'm
we
gonna
just didn't know
turn
the
to him
rules.
and say, "I fucking told you."
She was just making sure that you are on duty. You're very vigilant in your virtue, and thank you.
Yep, I know what casting spells looks like. There'll be none of that thing.
So
You are an
I
expert.
will I'll try to speak to him using my psionic mind. Say, Anaxius, do you hear me? Are you there? Straight into his mind, baby.
He says that. He says, "Leave."
Leave?
Yes.
Why?
Poison my mind with your talk. Just leave. I've said nothing to your king. I've said nothing more to your guards. I've said nothing to the reporters. I'm not here to fuel your fame. Leave.
I'm no reporter and no agent of a king.
Bullshit. I can smell perfume from here. You're fresh from Yulfell.
I'm from nowhere of the sort. These people know not of my origins, and I come do my own will. Perhaps my compatriots are blind to that, and some of them may be nobles, but I do not share their intentions.
Why do you want to talk to me?
I want to talk to you because
I love you.
there have been strange happenings. Strange happening. And some people report seeing a man of your build. That looks like
Go out on a limb and say that elf murderers have been known to happen in this world.
Sure. But
What does this have to do with me? I've confessed, and I'm doing my time.
Yes. Why'd you confess?
When you've done awful things, you just want to stop sometimes. Make an insight check. You get a freebie insight check. You're the only one. So yeah, you guys realize that he's doing his mind thing. You tell the group you're talking with your mind to him.
No, I'm just gonna
No.
lean over to Hal and be like, "He's
What,
doing that weird thing with his eyebrows."
would I
again."
have inspiration or advantage?
You have an inspiration. You don't get advantage. But
No. Okay,
giving
I got a 1.
Yeah, he's tough to read, this one. He was not what you were expecting from someone who burned an orphanage.
Mic drop.
You can put on you can find ominous music if you want.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't think you guys were gonna end up going this way, but no, this is great.
Well,
I like it.
why did you do it in the first place if you wanted to stop?
I didn't answer the king when he asked me. I'm not answering you.
Okay,
Confessed.
fair
What
enough.
does all this have to do with me? What brings you to me? That's the only reason I'm even still talking. Something brought you to me, and now you're in my brain. So fine, you're the only one I've ever spoken to in all these hundreds of years. So walk away with a prize after this one. You got me to talk, and you're gonna write a $500,000 book about it. So, what is it? What does this have to do with me? You all can see him moving around, and he's shifting a little bit. You think he's something's going on with him a little bit. You guys being visual.
I do not write or speak of these things. They will die with. But
You actually do both of those things.
yeah. But I will say we recently there's been a bog lord and he has said something. He has mentioned someone who sealed him of great magical power centuries ago. And he mentions that
years ago. What does this have to do with now? I am imprisoned. These things are over.
I thought perhaps you may have some knowledge of this bog lord north of Hemlock.
Yeah, he was imprisoned a while ago.
Why? What happened to him?
I do not wish to answer that. Your insight is high enough. You think he doesn't know.
Doesn't know. Okay, nice.
He actually does not know the answer to this question, and he's unsure of what to say. And you're getting a lot of confusion from this man at this point. First you were surprised, now it's just, what is he on now?
No, I'll level with you. A few days ago, I had a vision. I had a vision of two individuals. A mage of some power casted lightning bolt. And we had encountered him before. Chupacabra. He was releasing them. And then there was a second wizard, one dark long hair, old beyond most years. And they spoke of eliminating some interlopers, and the old mage killed the younger one after they came to blows. And then there was a hissing chitinous sound of some abyssal.
That's not possible.
I swear it to be true.
He turns. Howard and Reyna, as this man turns and he stands now and he moves a little bit closer, he looks exactly like the one elf that you saw in the inn when the day this all started. The dark hair, the facial features, that's him. He's just in prison attire now, and he doesn't have his ring, and he's not in noble garb. His facial features are this exact same. And he's now speaking, and he says, "No, I'm telling you, that can't be possible.
I wish
seeing things."
And
this was real.
Are y'all still speaking in your head?
Yeah.
No, he's speaking aloud. You heard him say that.
Okay.
You heard him say, "No, that's not possible. I'm telling you." And then there was silence. And he's looking at Basil. This man's not really addressing you two. He's acting like you guys aren't there, but he's looking at the Dragonborn.
If I'll say this was true, and if he wants to search my eyes for whatever truth he wants to find, I'm not gonna guard myself.
Right.
This
He's like,
was true, and it happened. And then I'll speak to his head in Ishigal.
Ishigo has no power.
Centuries have passed, and things have changed. The Bog Lord was surprised too.
Wait a minute. How long have you been in here again? I'm
Years or
He said,
200 years or more. Forget
okay.
after a while.
And they don't give you like a day out, right?
I've never been outside of these walls since I was
Okay.
put in here.
And you don't happen to have like a brother that looks very similar to you at anything?
I do.
Oh.
I have a
Oh.
twin brother, and I
Oh.
took the fall for him. I did none of those things,
well, he is out.
and you must stop him. You
And your
must
brother's
stop.
name? Well, what's his name?
Laraxian.
Thraxian?
Laraxian. Laraxian.
Last name?
Thraxian. Okay.
Last name?
Okay.
You don't know my. He looks at you. He says, "You don't know my last name."
They didn't give us one.
Be insane.
They merely
The
titled
insane,
you.
yeah.
Insane in the membrane.
They merely
brain.
said you were not right in the mind.
He says, "I haven't heard my last name in a great long while. It is Wentz."
Like Pete from Fall Out Boy?
I thought it was going to be like the quarterback. But would we have heard that? Is that a recognizable name?
It's
Wentz?
a non-elvish name.
Okay. But yes, your brother consorts with Ishigal, and
He is. He's not a good lad.
Why would you take the blame?
You don't know what he would have did if I didn't. He needed to know. He's having a hard time talking. He's coming to terms with some things. He's like, "You don't know my brother. You don't know what he
that's
is."
why we're here.
If I didn't take the fall so that people would think he was indisposed, unable, it would give him God knows how long to do whatever. I just figured he'd move on and wink himself out. That's what I was praying, and I haven't heard anything for hundreds of years. I assumed I was right. But if I didn't take the fall for this one, he might have killed people I love. He might have killed people I care about. So as long as I keep my mouth shut, I know that those people are safe. Now, my parents, our adopted parents, yeah, that's why he burned down an orphanage, resentment. Our adopted parents were human, hence the name. We grew up in, we were born in Aliv, far away, and we migrated here as kids. Our parents died, some scuffle in Aliv, They were elves sworn to a human family in their war, and both of the parents died. And both of our parents died, and we went here for a quieter life. And, well, I was good. My brother was not. And he is spent his life devoted to demons, to the expanse of his own power. You see, we're both fairly intelligent. He just chose a very vile path, and I made excuses for it until I could no longer make excuses for it, and I said it needs to stop. And he made the agreement he would never burn down another orphanage. There would never be anything like that ever again. He assured me and promised me, and he threatened that if I did not take this fall, he would burn down those I cared about, and I knew he was not lying. My brother is insane, and all he cares about is more power. Demons offered him that. I warned him. You don't know the chess match. You don't know the game of roulette you're playing here. And here I am. But if what you're saying is true and my brother is still doing these things, you need to stop him. The Bog Lord thing, that was just a territorial thing. I don't know what all of that was truly about. It was just a territory piece. Having that territory meant something. I don't know. I didn't do it. I didn't have the capabilities of doing that. That was my brother. But I've taken the fall. I've confessed for the sins, and when they run the spells on me, I just don't answer. That's why they've kept me alive. Cult. They know that there's a cult. They know I wasn't acting alone. I couldn't have, and they're absolutely right. They keep me alive in hopes that I turn and that I tell. But I don't, because I know if my brother is still out there, someone is going to die because of it. But it sounds like people already are.
How do we stop you, brother?
You gotta find these cults. You think that farmer you passed was just a farmer? Nah.
Fuck.
You think that guy? You think these they got people everywhere. Okay, they got folk from different planes that come in here. They're a little bit more obvious when you see them. You know, they got the different, elves. Some of them can't even walk in the light. You know, they can't even walk in the sunlight. They're pale, corpse-like things, but they're very skilled at what they do. You know, he's allied himself with all sorts of dark forces, and you gotta find these cults. You gotta use their own agents against them. Somebody goes out to get you killed. You knock on his door, and you just gotta weed them out. You gotta figure out where the cults are operating to figure out where he is. It's a step-by-step process. 200 years have passed. I have no fucking clue what my brother's doing.
Do you have any names? Any locations? Anywhere we can find information?
No, because I really wasn't part of it. I wasn't like a trusted damn piece that knew information. I knew things the man was doing. I knew some of the things the man, like when that orphanage burned down, I knew it was him. I knew it was him. And I realized how bad he had fallen. But you gotta understand, I wasn't at these meetings. I wasn't the fall guy on payroll, man. That isn't how it went. I can tell you, these cultists will hide in plain sight. There's families. There's families that are old, that have existed for hundreds and hundreds of years, and they just stand out. You gotta find these secluded people that are part of these cults, and you gotta just weed them out however you can. I knew my brother for my whole life, and I can honestly say I can't remember how many times he brought friends over. I can't tell you how many. I can't tell you. I can tell you how many times he brought friends over. It was none. I can't tell you how many times he would go out, he would meet people, and he would come back with nobody ever. That's what I meant to say. He didn't. He operated with a group of people that most people wouldn't be seen with.
I want you to know that I'll speak in his mind just very quickly that he was speaking directly to Ishigal, and Ishigal could be on this plane. If not, he is very close to breaking through. So,
My brother became interested in demons at an early age. When we adopted paths of arcane study, he, for lack of a better word, fell right into it. The necromancy, the binding himself with demons, or not binding himself with, but like using them for powers, almost like a warlock would. And he very quickly just became immersed in that, because a demon will give you power, and unlike other entities which follow structure, a demon is very give and take with extremes. Like, you do them a service, lots and lots of power, no fine print. But at the cost of what? You're now giving this creature influence, and he can use you further just by promising you more power. Ishigal is a filthy demon who wants nothing more than to just be king of all the filth around it. And if my brother has his way, he will be the lead grand orator of the filth chaos that creature brings, just to say he is the one mortal who stands for that thing. He's the one mortal you can't fuck with, because while he's king of the filth, my brother is prince of the filth. And that's how he sees it. He doesn't view it that the real way. He's just a pawn, and that demon will throw him in the trash the second he fucks up. But he doesn't see it. He's only concerned about what he can become if he serves this demon successfully, and it's the only thing that made him feel powerful his whole damn life. And I didn't kill him when I had the chance. I could have drowned him in the river 1,000 times, and it would have saved so many.
It's not your fault.
It is. But there's nothing that can be done about it. Stop him. Just stop him.
We plan to do plenty.
Find the cults. Someone stands out to you. Something pings through too many red flags. Look into it. Even in an old country kingdom like this, there are reclusive families. There are reclusive people that aren't of noble. There are people that look like nothing but are something in this vile world of unseen demonic intrigues. I read too many books. You get the picture. It's bad. I thought he just snuffed himself out. I was wrong. I took a gamble and I threw away my life, but I had no choice.
You did what you thought was best. It seems he's up to no good again, and I think my compatriots have met him before.
Well, we've caught a glimpse of him and seen what he can do. But
he's a powerful magic user. He's not
yes.
He's not the most powerful, but if you're not well trained, he by himself is no slouch. He can kill a man where he stands with just a single spell. Even a tough man. He's got necromantic trainings. he can. I don't know. I don't know what he's. I don't know what else he's capable of. He deals with the dead. He deals with outer worldly beings. He's more of a knowledgey individual than a fighter, but he's capable of great things when he is put to the test, which is what this Ishigel is doing. These things you are mentioning in the past, things, the burning down the orphanage. Ishigel, what is happening now? What is happening now? Is it a violent time in this land now?
More violent than it has been.
It's been peaceful for a long time since I've been in here. There's only been there was a couple wars here and there over civil disputes, which is common everywhere. What else?
A bridge blew up. Chupacabras being released into the countryside. He drove people to fight each other in a tavern magically.
He himself. You've seen, you two.
Yeah.
What you said earlier, you've seen me before. That's why you asked about if I have a twin.
Yes.
So you've seen him.
I didn't get a great look, but our other friend, he's outside right now.
I would have told you guys everything, yeah.
Yeah, got a great look at him, and you look exactly as he described.
All this happened recently, right? Within a month? 2 months?
Yes.
It's
Fear
been
campaigns.
occurring rapidly.
Fear campaigns. I've grown up with my brother my whole time. The demon invades, break the land. If civilization is a framed, elegant mirror, the first nail crack to start disrupting things is fear campaigns. Get the people knowing that they're not safe. Blow up a bridge. Get people to start hurting each other. Kill somebody who is important. Start raiding farming territory. This is, I've heard my brother preach this. That's demonology 101. That's how demons do it.
Who? Go ahead.
He says that's all a demon wants, is to unseat civilization. Fear campaigns. Killing people. Make it known that the law doesn't mean anything. You're not safe. So long as the demon is at work, your people aren't safe. So long as the demon at work, your laws do not exist. So long as the demon is at work, your laws can't protect you. That's fear. And that's the first crack to the mirror. And then you start taking things out. Whole cities fall to riots. The economy goes. War. At this point, you're dismantling the framework of the mirror and you don't have a mirror anymore. That's what the demon is.
Who would you kill if you wanted to cause the disorder? Would they go straight for the king, or?
Oh God, no. You can't do that, because you see, that unites the people.
Okay.
Your king dies. Some lick-spittle noble. Someone who doesn't really mean anything but has powerful friends.
Okay.
You get the people against the king, because now that is unsolved.
Is there a family that would come to mind that you think your brother would think is a good target?
No, I've been in here. I haven't.
That's
No.
Well, elves live a long time.
Reyna and Hallward make intelligence saving throws.
One of them's smart.
18.
Woo.
$17 plus 6, so
Okay, so
Okay.
both of you passed by a pretty good number. Do you remember the first casualty in all of this? The knight that was supposed to escort Cornelius. He was murdered on the street, and you heard about it through the word of mouth that the roads are no longer safe. If he's a knight in these parts, there's a good chance that guy's dad is important, so that might have already happened, depending on what's brewing with that. But other than that, you don't think anything else really fits in terms of that happening. If that knight had an important father, or that knight's death started some momentum, then maybe that could have been something that the guy's talking about. A knight it was the first knight to just get ganked on the road in a very, 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 very long time. No one does that in these parts. That's that's a whole different ballgame. That stuff happens in Aliv during times of war, but that doesn't happen in these lands. So
Do we know his family? The
His family.
knight?
No,
we didn't
nobody
figure out- we didn't-
nobody investigated that at all, because it wasn't a hot topic. No one really like investigated the name. Like, some of the commoners were worried about it, but nobody really thought to even ask about that guy's name.
I did
Okay.
want to ask this guy.
Cornelius just said that his knight never showed up, and then people were talking about a dead knight that was on the road, or a knight that got killed on the road.
Would you? I guess I'd look back to my companions, and I'd be like, you've mentioned I don't know if this is relevant, but you've mentioned a storyteller.
Guard screams, "Time's up!" He opens up the door and he ushers you out. In real life, it's been about 20 minutes, and we've been talking nonstop. So that whole conversation took about 20 minutes.
As we walk out, I'll use my psionic mind. There was a storyteller that has been targeted and attacked.
Cornelius.
Cornelius.
I'll just whisper to you.
And I'll I guess the guard escorts him.
You hear him think back. I guess our time is up. Storytellers are fonts of information. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, as we're walking away from him, I guess I'll say, it's gonna be a real shame you won't get to see your brother die, but I'll tell him you send your regards. And walk
You
out.
must kill him, he screams. And the guards is like, "Holy shit, you got him to talk."
Well, you see, we're very good at campaigning, and we're just really good people.
We're smooth talkers.
We have a way with words. That's why we're
I
in
zoned
this.
out for a few minutes and was almost asleep, so holy shit, you actually got him to talk. Good for you.
We got him to dance too, but you weren't awake to see that.
Did a little jig.
He lets you out, and then goes back to his post. And the sergeant is up there waiting for you. Did you get everything you needed then?
All seems to be in order. Thank you.
He didn't say a word to us. It's kind of a tough cookie to crack.
He says, "Yeah, I figured as much. He doesn't talk with anybody. He barely talked during his own conviction. Said just enough to get him put behind bars. Really nuts."
I think you should start taking his books away. You know.
Oh my god.
Religion makes people do crazy things.
Yeah. Well, what harm could it do, really? I mean, maybe he'll actually atone for what he's done. I let him keep those books. They've been inspected. He can't do anything with them, so I'm not gonna take away his books.
That's why he's not talking. You can't break a man without breaking his faith. So.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Take away the books, and then we could do that.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he walks you out from. Well, I mean, he doesn't know what you guys know. He takes you guys back out to the front, and you're permitted to go. You were down there for.
We'll pick up our kid from
Well,
soccer
Little
practice.
What?
before he walks off, I'll be like, thank you so much,
Still some more.
for giving us, for letting us have that time. And then I'll palm him 5 gold.
He takes it and he's happy about it. He goes, thank you kindly. If you need to talk with anyone else, just let me know. It'll be cheaper than next time, because I
Return
mean,
customers.
I highly doubt you're gonna want to talk to him again. So it'll be cheaper because he's the biggest criminal of the whole realm. So that's that.
Where would I have been? Would I have been like outside the wooden walls with the horses? Is that where everything?
Well, I mean, if you wanted to be outside the wooden walls, you could be with the horses, but I assume you were just somewhere outside the main prison.
Oh, I would have been with the horses. So if the horses were out there, I would have just like stuck around with.
You guys could have brought the horses in and tied them up somewhere in a post. That's fine.
Okay.
Because this is like, they're not going to have all the horses outside of the place. That's just way too much.
Okay.
But yeah, that's up to you.
I didn't want to interrupt, but I would have definitely tried to open that box while they were all down there occupied.
Okay.
Oh.
But I wouldn't have wanted to have done it where like a bunch of people would have seen me do it. So I would, like, if the horses were in stables inside, I would have kind of like.
Take them out to the front. That's not a big deal.
Yeah.
It's irrelevant. If you wanted to be out front, that's not a big deal at all.
Yeah, just kind of like surrounded myself and Nyx with the horses, just so it was kind of like a
And you're gonna try and open the box?
Well, yeah, I'm gonna inspect it to see if there's anything like. I don't think it would have been trapped, but like if there's anything like that I need to know about it before I even try to open it.
Sure, perception or investigation.
Hints of lilac.
17 on perception.
Nice.
So it's well crafted, and it's mostly wood with a little bit of what looks like silver inlay design, and there's sigils of some kind written all around the box, and you can see them. They're fine detail. They were elegantly crafted into the wood.
A language I know.
What languages do you know?
Celestial, Draconic, Goblin, Halfling, and Sylvan.
These look like Sylvan of nature. It looks like some type of Sylvan message. It basically says, may this box only be opened by he who deserves it, is essentially what it says in Sylvan.
So I would have like run my hands over the sigils and like read that out loud, just like at a hush. And I would have nodded, and I just try to open it, just gently, like not try to pick it, not try to force it, just open.
It eventually blows and clicks open, and within it is a small book of some kind, and there's parchment sticking out of it, and there is a note in there, and it says, in the same looping writing from clearly from your father, it says, "This is my most prized possession," and it tells of the various places in this world. It is much of that I have learned, and will take much time to read. Keep it safe. That's all. It's not even initialed by your father, but you see it's the same looping script. It's undeniably by your father. He just didn't initial that. But
Right.
that's what it is.
Okay. I will put the box back in my backpack, but tuck the book in to my armor.
Yep.
By my chest.
You can write on your character sheet. You have Thomas's journal, Thomas's book, whatever you wish to call it. And when you become attuned to it, or not necessarily attuned to it, but when you spend the action to look this over, we'll talk more about what that might be or what that could be. But from you just glancing at it, that's what it looks like.
All right.
Halfling-sized journal, almost, with parchments kind of sticking out of it oddly, because it looks like he's been adding to it and getting the book, there's lots of added pages to it, and it's extra big.
Gotcha.
It's enchanted with a father's love.
Yeah, it could be magical. You don't know that, or
yeah.
you don't know if it is or not. It could be.
All right.
And with that, you guys are coming out of the prison. And it is after midnight already. This could probably be a good place to stop, actually. You guys just learned a lot of info. Milo just found
And I
his dad's book.
sent a letter yesterday. God damn it. I still don't know. Yeah, we did. We did. I thought we'd get more, but we did get a name, which is pretty big. Pretty big.
You can tell Milo all about it on the next episode.
Milo, you wouldn't believe it. You should have been there. It was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's you said just the right words at the right time to get him to open up. So I congratulate you. You get inspiration. You get inspiration from me. Well, I mean, you were getting nothing out of him, and then suddenly you said the right thing, and that was fantastic.
I decided to just level with him.
Yeah.
Be real with him.
Yeah.
I was talking all that shit about you guys at the beginning too, so he would actually start talking to me because he was like, "Oh, you're just another reporter." So then
that was something we don't know already.
What? You talking shit about us? What?
Behind our backs? What? No.
Well, it's actually in front of your faces. You just didn't know.
Yeah, first you snitch on us, and then you just talk bad about us.
I'm a salaried man. I'm just doing the job, baby.
Dragonborns are just snakes.
Whoa, that sounds like a
cool.
little bit of rhetoric.
Star, what's that?
Oh, it's a little dragon.
Oh no, cool! I've got one of those, but without the wings, and it's like rainbow codal colored. I like that one.
It's kind of like, I guess,
Yeah, it's a
Basil
winged
look. Yeah,
I like
he
it.
wiggles.
Oh, that's great. No, yeah, because they 3D print those, I think.
Yeah,
They
that's
do, yeah.
my
they're
little
great.
dice roller or
That's
tower,
fucking
whatever.
awesome. I like that.
It
Oh,
came
man.
with it.
That color changing is wild.
No,
Oh
it's
yeah, it's like raspberry, blueberry. I don't know.
That's cool.
I just like the colors.
Little DeBerry.
I have another one because Jacob ordered two.
Yeah, I got one at Origins a couple of years ago, and they're great. I like them.
Yeah, this is like $30 for both of these. Crazy.
Yeah, that's sick.
Jacob paid